Morning, sir. Good morning. How are you? I'm okay. Yes. I'll be around. Okay, very good. Late again. Again late. I hate this, but it's always the same. It's either people can't get out of bed, or they drank too much for lunch and can't make it for the afternoon sessions, or any other possible reason.
Should I sit there?
Make sure the mic is on. The first plenary.
The mic is on, yes.
I reacted to.
The mic is on.
Good.
We don't worry
Put it
about it.
very close, not down.
I don't need this. Okay.
Very good.
I'll put out my papers.
Let me close this because I don't like the air conditioning on my. I have a little cold anyway. Let's close it. Close it completely so the draft doesn't get at me. See how it comes? It's like this. Okay.
Hello,
Hello.
Professor Romero. I think we've talked via email
Oh,
sometimes.
yeah, thank you very
I'm
much.
Alexia, nice to meet you.
You're the great help.
Yeah, no
Thank
problem.
you so much.
So because
Yeah.
the plastic like shines on the photos, I will leave your water down here, okay?
Okay, yeah.
So just so you know, it's not up here, so you can be
Great, okay.
photographed.
I'll pour some water on the glass, but I can keep the glass, okay, yeah? Yeah?
Could you get me a bottle, please, as well?
We also
Oh,
have a
it's
chair.
back there. Nein, Quatsch. Das ist mir doch wurscht. Sieht wichtig aus, ne? Genau, wunderbar. Nee, fällt sowieso um. Nee, warum? Das machen wir doch. Wir haben ja Zeit. And of course I forgot my list. Super, perfect. And then if you could open the bottle, my hands are a little bit damaged. Thank you very much. Beautiful. Now we can start with half the house full. Huh?
Sorry?
When do you want me to start?
I don't know.
When
That's
the
up to
last
you.
person
That's up
trickles
to you.
in?
Yeah.
Oder was? Yes, wait. Only if you have 35 minutes, it's okay.
Yeah.
We have a something to eat or drink. I never have breakfast. So I need time. Yes. Hi, how are you? Fine. I just got a mosquito sting in my Ladies and gentlemen, will you gradually join your seats and sit down so we can start? Are you staying there?
No, we're there.
Go. Well, good morning, everybody. I hope you are rested and full of expectations of what is to come today. And I am very, very happy and honored and pleased to introduce our next plenary speaker, Professor Federico Romero. He will speak about, can Europe be unified in a fragmenting world? Professor Romero is Emeritus Professor at the Department of History, European University Institute in Florence, Italy. A specialist on 20th century international and transnational history, he researched various aspects of Cold War history. And from 2015 to 2020, he directed the ERC Advanced Project, Looking West, the European socialist regimes facing pan-European cooperation and the European community. Among his most recent publications, he has co-edited, together with Angela Romano, the volume European Socialist Regimes, Fateful Engagement with the West, National Strategies in the Long 1970s, which appeared with Routledge in 2021. And together with Ulrich Krotz and Kiran Klaus Patel, he wrote Europe's Cold War Relations, the European Community Towards a Global Route, which appeared in London with Bloomsbury. He is also one of the editors of La Commission européenne, Histoire et Mémoire d'une institution, which appeared in Luxembourg in 2019. We are very happy to be able to listen to you today. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm very happy to be here and grateful of having been invited for the second time to address this conference, which is a really lovely occasion. Now, I think we are all familiar with the notion that the European Union learns from crisis and jumps forward. It's a sort of widely held and often cited pattern of a sort of forced response towards positive developments when faced with a crisis that necessitates a more sort of bolder answer from the everyday routine. It's a pattern that is partly true, but not always. We can consider as good example of this pattern the sort of progress from the empty chair crisis in the mid-60s to the Hague summit in 1969, or the response to the stagnation of European integration in the 70s and 80s, at least so-called stagnation, with the jump forward towards the single market, the European Union itself, and of course the euro in the 80s and early 90s. I think we can also list the response to the COVID epidemic to a certain extent as a positive response to crisis, of course. And perhaps, but this is much wider and more complex, the response again to the 1989 challenge and opportunity more than crisis for the European Union as a move to unify a larger Europe. But there are also many crises in which Europe actually stagnated and missed potential opportunities. We can go back to the 1954 failure of the European Defence Community project, and that's perhaps the best example, and quite appropriate nowadays, since defense was already in place, a defense system was in place via NATO. Why endanger national sovereignty and pride? But at the same time, we know that it condemned this failed response on issues of defense and security, condemned the European community, then the European Union, to never develop as a political actor with a foreign policy and a defense role. We can also list the missed response to the oil crisis and recession of the 1970s, unless you want to consider the long-term response, the single market and the Europe, as a delayed response to that crisis, which is an option, but it's stretching it a bit too far. And then, of course, the financial plus sovereign debt crisis of 2008, 2012. Besides, if we look at the problem from today's perspective, I think we're all very well aware that we are facing, and the European Union is facing, multiple intertwined crises of systemic nature in a deeply changing context, what analysts call the polycrisis in which we are all mired nowadays. It's a situation that entails multiple challenges to the very essence of the European Union, to the point of making its model and pattern of action at risk of becoming obsolete. Hence, Mario Draghi's warning about the danger of decline, the first from a respected public figure, even though scholars and analysts have said so for quite some time. The Draghi report, and before it the Letta report on the urgency and necessity to complete the single market, particularly in services and finance, are the latest efforts to spell out a diagnosis of the EU problems and draw some guidelines for solutions. At the core of the Draghi report is the long-term decline of our productivity and our inability to keep pace with the advancing US and Chinese economies. So Draghi calls for a massive, coordinated, sustained growth of continent-wide investments in three crucial areas of regeneration of the European economy: digital technologies and innovation, energy and sustainability, defense production, and military preparedness. I think there is relatively little disagreement on the diagnosis, even though one can doubt the degree of awareness at the political level, because it is the sort of forward-looking, systemic thinking that was sorely lacking throughout the financial and sovereign debt crisis, and that has now become imperative in view of international antagonism and the shift towards strategic thinking and planning among our rivals, and perhaps more importantly, by the US itself. But certainly there is plenty of disagreement on the two key conditions to pursue such a vast policy program for renewal and competitiveness: the construction of a permanent EU fiscal capacity, inclusive of the emission of debt, and a radical streamlining of the EU decision-making mechanism beyond unanimity. Here we know that powerful forces have the ability to block progress. The fiscal conservatives, usually labeled as frugals, and the wide variety of national, if not nationalistic, forces that want to move away from a unified polity rather than towards it. Because what it seems to be at stake after the Draghi proposal is, I think, exactly this: whether the EU can continue as a sort of mega regulatory agency with some features of a polity, or whether this half-baked polity will mutate and grow into an effective, full-fledged, functioning political entity, a sort of European state, with fiscal capacity, more efficient decision-making, and a prompt ability to guide Europe through the challenges and difficulties that emerge from within and without. In terms of principle, this means an increasing transfer away from national sovereignty, with its inherent and fragmentary ineffectiveness at this scale of challenges, and towards a far more robust and far-reaching European sovereignty on matters of strategic interest, moving, that is, from governance to a full-fledged government. Why is this necessary? Why now? The key answer is that the world around us has changed profoundly and very rapidly over the last few years. The multilateral rule-based system envisioned in the 1990s, which was supposed to dilute and ultimately overcome geopolitical, ideological, and nationalistic rivalries by means of global growth shaped by market forces, is no longer an option. We may discuss whether it ever was more than a delusory fantasy, and I believe there was an abundant dose of faith in its advocacy by Europe and to a lesser extent by the US. In any case, it is no longer a realistic prospect, as strategic rivalries are reshaping international relations at every level: economic, military, diplomatic, even cultural, and therefore changing the very world we thought we were inhabiting. The global and regional giants, most obviously China and the US, but also India, Russia, Brazil, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, are in fact pursuing projects of national assertion within a conceptual matrix of antagonistic relationships and potential conflict, or at the very least, structured competition for national advantage. In particular, the economic, technological, and military rise of China, which is based just as much on planned industrial policies as on market competition, precipitated not only a response by the United States, but a deep revision of Washington's key economic and strategic priorities. Separation from China in high-tech research and production, ever-expanding protectionism, state-oriented industrial policies with massive federal funding and incentives, and a consistent strategy to regroup allies in Europe and in Asia in coalition of like-minded states, ever more separate from Chinese supply chains and markets, and keen to collaborate on enhanced defense measures. Even though our American friends are wary of the term, what we are seeing is a new version of containment adapted to 21st century conditions. Thus, these two giants are pushing forward separately and antagonistically, but in many ways along parallel lines, in pursuing a new primacy, or attempted primacy, based just as much on technological advancement and dominance of key industrial sectors as on a competitive escalation in the military field. It is all too obvious that Europe is falling behind in both these areas. As a matter of fact, rather than a model for the future, the EU increasingly looks like the odd one out, the potential but ineffective giant that is not able to get its act together in a strategic manner, nor flex its muscles. Hence, the multiplication of appeals and recipes for a new all-round European strategy based on a far more proactive EU, among which the one advanced by Mario Draghi is the most authoritative to date. Now, what are the obstacles, as well as the opportunities, that such calls for radical innovations will face? First, and most obvious, difficulty resides, I think, in the nature and culture of the EU itself. The European community and then the EU was simply not made for this new global landscape and its dynamics of rivalry. It was, in fact, engineered to promote and take the best advantage of the multilateral and relatively pacified world we imagined in the 1990s. It originated as a decentered and consensual community, far more intergovernmental than federalized, focused on and fundamentally legitimized by its role in promoting internal prosperity and cohesion. It performed primarily in the economic and legal realms. Its domain was essentially domestic, in many ways even inward-looking. Its attempts at external roles were always tentative, self-restrained, and a priori excluded issues of hard power, security, and geopolitical architectures. The pre-existence of the Atlantic Alliance and the early failure of the European defense community meant, this is another key feature of the European integration history, meant that integration did not extend to the foreign policy and security realm from day one. The early EC was about connecting, structuring, and regulating its own markets. Even though it subconsciously portrayed itself as a constitutional project of historical proportions, an unprecedented and almost cathartic refashioning of Europe, it actually limited its external projection and international role almost exclusively to trading matters. Important, but trading. Though often rediscussed, this original matrix persisted and constrained, in many ways structured, all the subsequent attempts at a more expansive role, not least because the member states, especially the most relevant and powerful ones, insisted on their own foreign policy autonomy and prerogatives. No less historically determined was the EC-EU reluctance to embrace strategic thinking in the economic realm, to plan the future of the continent's economic structure. This was a task largely left to member states, if they wanted to exercise it, that is, and most especially to market forces. Industrial policy came in only at a very secondary level, when declining sectors like coal or at later moments steel and shipbuilding had to be eased out as gently as possible or restructured in a very deeply painful way. But it did not really have a proactive, forward-looking role. In spite of its obvious success, let's just think of this obvious example, a European champion like Airbus was and is the exception, not the rule. Institutions also reflect these historically specific roots. Decision-making is structured on consensus, very often on unanimity. It does not entail far-reaching strategic planning, centralized policies, tools for long-term, large-scale investment, and sharp prioritizing in the allocation of resources. The member states retain the major role and the largest resources, and have always been very reluctant to delegate any of them to the EU, especially on matters of security. Why? On grounds of national independence, sovereignty, prestige, but basically in this subdivision of power in which the member states' government retain the largest chunk of power. Today, this defense of national prerogatives is even more forceful, even though in many ways more illogical and ineffectual given the scale of the challenges we're facing, but more forceful due to the rising pressure of nationalist views and ideas. Which brings us to what I think is the second key area of difficulty. We have all seen over the last 15 years a very evident change taking place on the European political scene. A disaffected constant contestation of globalism, of economic liberalism, of openness and technocracy has grown increasingly large throughout Europe, with wide differences from one country to the other, but the phenomenon is clearly European-wide. From the financial crisis onwards, larger groups of citizens and voters, deeply unsettled and disconcerted by the impact of the crisis, began clamoring for protection. At the beginning, it was primarily protection from the vagaries of international finance and market dynamics. It occasionally morphed into protection from Asian, particularly Chinese competition, and then more widely and loosely into grievances centered on the preservation of ethno-cultural traditions and communities. Coming on top of the already widespread post-9/11 anxiety about Islamic fundamentalism and violence, which had made Muslim culture and communities suspect, the 2015 migratory emergency fueled the demand to be sheltered from immigrants. A political discourse shaped around ethno-national identities and racial contempt, often enough, took a significant hold in most of our polities. Its emotional core of an alleged danger of invasion and supposedly unfair foreign competition, coupled with the appeal to retake control at home that was spelled in very different languages in almost all the electoral campaigns we've seen from Brexit onwards, has grown into the discursive keystone of a constellation of nationalist, sovereignist, anti-EU political forces. A nationalist, harsh criticism of the EU has taken roots in at least a third of the electorate in most member states. The centrist coalitions that used to run most countries and the EU are shaken and often weakened. In a few countries, government are now in nationalist hands, as I can tell you, coming from Italy, with a contentious relationship with EU institutions and policies. These governments and groupings consider the EU only as a mechanism to finance their own national priorities, and often favor a long-term relationship with Russia rather than Europe's strategic autonomy and sovereignty, which they fear and despise. Brexit seemed to deal a bad blow, and it probably did, to those who might have entertained the notion that leaving the EU altogether would be a promising, easy, and rewarding path. Remaining inside and fighting for nationalist solutions and advantages seems to be a more effective recipe, for the moment at least. Now, so far, it seems to me that no one has yet devised an effective strategy to contain, much less reverse, the strengths of dissatisfactions that nurture this nationalist upsurge. There are various hypotheses on the table. Provide higher levels of economic securities to those sectors of society that experience poverty, dislocation, or a downward spiral. Second option, very often discussed, reduce inequality and the even more uneven balance of power and influence between ordinary citizens and powerful moneyed interests. Or repair the sense of community, lacerated by globalism exasperated mobility and diversity. These are all, in many ways, sound options analytically. But they all seem either too costly or long-term to be effective in the cultural and electoral struggle of our times. Meanwhile, and this is what perhaps worries me most at the moment, the very engine of every integrative process, the so-called Franco-German axis, has become impaired. Impaired not only by mutual discord, which was very visible for a few years, but more seriously by the increasing weaknesses of each of the two governing coalitions. Deeply shaken by the diminishing performance of its economic model, Germany seems in the midst of a political paralysis, while French institutions are mired in a no less serious predicament, evidenced by the latest elections and coalition discussions for forming the new government. Now, if the two main countries that were and are, I think, irreplaceable as anchors of European stability and initiative, if these two main countries experience unprecedented weakness and disorientation simultaneously, then the EU is deprived of its center of gravity and driving engine. To imagine that the EU can summon the necessary willpower, consensus, and energy for the sort of major initiatives suggested by the Draghi report and other analysts as well becomes very, very difficult indeed in practical terms. Finally, the external challenges to the proposed wholesale refashioning of the EU as a unified actor, devising a coordinated strategic thrust, are no less daunting. Historically, as I mentioned, the EU was not made to operate in the field of protection and security, and therefore was never equipped with the institutional, analytical, and operational tools to devise an overall strategy, much less to operate as an autonomous strategic actor. It was simply not designed to contain or channel global forces, much less to act as a policing and imperious power. It claimed and strived to embody a post-imperial entity, intent on building a new model of peaceful, rule-based international cooperation. One may argue that if it had taken on the primary role of the modern state, protection and defense, it might perhaps have acquired some of the legitimacy and public allegiance that it clearly lacks, and therefore preempted perhaps, at least in part, the political problems I just mentioned. But this would have required, and would require, a sustained long-term effort and, above all, a considerable degree of success that at the moment is rather hard to envision. And in any case, what would a unified strategy aim at in the current situation? Of course, a strengthened European Union with more military prowess and economic energy would be a plus. But how would we deploy and use it? The old dilemma of an EU defense identity being within or outside NATO, side by side with the US or separate from it, does not seem to be a real issue anymore. The Russian assault on Ukraine made clear that we need and we want to work together with the US, and that NATO is the primary structure to do that. No one seriously objects to that anymore. If the EU is going to take a more prominent role on defense matters, it seems almost certain that it will be within the NATO structure, and certainly not an alternative to it. Of course, we would have to adapt to the challenges that may emanate from a more distant, hard-bargaining United States, if it comes to that. But in that case, adapt we shall, since it is not in our power to determine the kind of US government we will be dealing with. More complex is, I think, the issue of Russia. We want, of course, to contain and reverse Russia's current imperious attitude. We want, or at least I want, the war in Ukraine to conclude in such a way as not to reward and incentivize further aggression. In the aftermath of the conflict, if we come to that, as I hope, a robust and effective deterrent system will be indispensable. After all, the very discussion about strengthening EU defense is predicated on a shared recognition of such a necessity. And yet, if we can imagine this possibly distant future, how would we manage such deterrence in the long term? In an essentially antagonistic way, based on the notion that a return to a peaceful and even cooperative coexistence with Moscow is impossible? Or should we aim at a long-term relaxation of tension in order to reconstitute, long-term, very long-term, but eventually to reconstitute a decent collaborative relationship with our major neighbor? Europeans at the moment seem to be divided on this issue, which is obviously premature in operational terms. Very much will depend on the actual contours of the peace settlement for Ukraine. But this is necessarily going to be a primary issue in a future that we can only hope is not too distant. It is fairly clear that for the northern and eastern EU states bordering with Russia, this is the first, if not the only, existential priority, as we're all well aware, deterrence of Russia. However, stability in the Middle East and the Mediterranean region, enhanced economic cooperation in this broad area, and effective control of migratory flows are also crucial issues. And several member states would want a EU security strategy that deals with them, no less effectively than with Russia. Thus, one quick question is, can the EU identify a shared common set of strategic goals and prioritize them? Or is it going to be inherently divided, perhaps hampered by diverging views, interests, and priorities? A sort of Eastern or Southern priority in its strategic attitude? Or could the two be reconciled? That seems to me long-term to be a big issue. A second set of issues concern the nature of our cooperation with the United States. Is it so foundational as to dictate our guidelines on all matters of foreign policy, or not? Cooperating as close allies in NATO responds to well-identified interests and necessities, as well as operational requirements for peace and stability in Europe. I think that issue is largely settled at the moment. But do we share Washington's current worldview of a fundamental clash between autocracies and democracies, with the inevitable corollary that the latter need to coalesce under US leadership? And do we relate to every autocracy in the same manner? Maintaining an antagonistic deterrent posture to Russia does not necessarily imply a similar position towards China, whose behavior, attitude towards international cooperation, and set of interests is rather different from the Russian one. Just as there are substantially different economic and perhaps even strategic interests between Europe and the US in the degree and quality of commercial entanglements with China. Superimposing a bipolar matrix upon an increasingly multipolar world may help Washington mobilize its domestic and foreign resources, but does it also respond to our needs and requirements? A European strategy that simply aped Washington's would be, I think, less than subordinate and useless. It would hamper and eventually doom any hope of European cohesiveness, effectiveness, and identity. Besides, engagement rather than containment or together with containment, may very well be more effective in some instances. Let's think how, for instance, different, I wonder often when I listen to the news from the Middle East, how different Iran's attitude might have been, might not have been, but it might have been, if the US had not abandoned the multilateral accord on nuclear issues and once again ostracized Tehran's regime with very harsh sanctions. This might have made a difference in the current Middle Eastern situation. Or perhaps not, I don't know. I'm not an Iran specialist, but I'm just wondering whether we take into considerations all the aspects of the policy decisions like the one about Tehran's nuclear cooperation accord that was taken, it seems to me, with very little, if any, considerations of long-term consequences. Thus, where should the EU differentiate from the US, and where should it seek close transatlantic cooperation? Should we, for instance, promote a more even and balanced position on the Middle Eastern conflict, pivoted not only on Israel's security, but on the inescapable need for an actual construction of a Palestinian sovereign state? If peace is ever going to be achieved in that region, would that make a difference or not? In short, any EU strategy needs to clarify the nature and boundaries of the necessary coexistence of Europeanness, close alliances, and looser multilateral collaborations, and even bilateral collaborations, depending on the specific circumstances and actors. And it must, of course, contemplate and possibly balance and calibrate the simultaneous need for collaboration as well as competition, commercial and perhaps technological competition, that is, even with our closest ally, the US. Now, I'm quite happy to leave these questions for the discussion by the next panel. I would like to conclude that Europe's uncertainties and divisions cannot simply be considered as the legacy of the past or the fruit of an archaic institutional architecture, even though, as I said, these factors count a lot. There are these elements, of course, but our dilemma also reflects different visions, divergent interests, dissimilar priorities, as well as different, very different political discourses and cultures and politics. Thus, we should certainly aim for the more consistent and cohesive Europe-centered strategic autonomy and effectiveness proposed by Draghi and several other actors and observers. As a European citizen, I would certainly vote for it. But we should not get disillusioned and despondent if the march in that direction turns out to be slow, twisted, and seemingly incoherent. The EU may have often used crisis to refocus and move forward, but we know that even in those instances, it did not operate by bold jumps and sudden dashes forward. Muddling through is our more consistent pattern and modus operandi, let's face it. At times, it might appear terribly frustrating. I feel it as terribly frustrating. We all know that. But it may very well be a necessity for a divided polity facing an ever more fragmented and contentious international context. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Romero, for a very balanced and insightful analysis of the current situation in Europe. And thank you for keeping the time so beautifully. We have now 15 minutes Q&A. And here already is the first question, please.
Thank you very much. It was very clear, very helpful indeed, your contribution. Good. I would like simply to ask you to explore briefly some other areas. In particular, when you speak about a potential differentiation of Europe from the United States, you refer mainly to an agenda which is in the sector of defense, Middle East, and so on. There are other geographical areas that could be particularly important in the framework of an alliance policy. And I am referring, of course, to Africa and to Latin America. And therefore, at least, let's say. And therefore, what do you think Europe could do in order to differentiate further or exist, in a certain sense, its policy towards these other areas? There is a tradition, which is the tradition of aid, that has been used up to now to deal with this continent, which is, under my point of view, failing and less relevant. But still, there has been a polity in the past. What should be thought? My second quick question is about exactly the issue of polity. When you speak about the intervention of Europe, you emphasize, and I agree, the nature of an agency of rules, or setting rules. But there were some policies, at least two, that have an impact on the budget of the European Union. One is the agricultural policy, and the other is the structural funds. Now, in particular, for what concerns the second, the idea of cohesion was built there. The policy has been very likely ineffective, but should we keep it and change? Or what to do with it? Because it's a policy that addresses, in a certain sense, or should, the discontent.
Yeah, well, you're touching about, in both questions, areas that are very far from my area of expertise, so I wouldn't know how to approach either of these issues from a technical perspective, in the least. I don't see a major problem that varies from the previous pattern, the previous situations, in terms of the mix of corporations and commercial trading, financial competition with the US in those areas, like several African countries and Latin American countries, in which either there are no major strategic issues at stake, or if there are strategic issues at stake, we have not really, both of us, dealt with it in any successful ways. And I'm thinking about the Chinese challenge in Africa. So the issue there, even before we start thinking about whether we cooperate or not with the US and to what degree we are in competition with the US there, is, do we have resources that we want to put on the ground in those situations? And it seems to me that that's an issue that has not been solved. And then even if we go into a sort of strategic review of priorities for Europe, which is a very uncertain perspective, I doubt that these would be top priorities. Would probably be secondary, especially in budgetary terms. So I wouldn't know, but I would imagine that it would be secondary issues. As well, the same logic, it seems to me, applies to the second set of questions. That is, either the EU rethink its sort of budgetary priorities with an enlarged budget, or it simply does not entertain any sort of strategic review, period. In which case, inertia and continuity for the structural funds, cohesion funds, and agricultural policies, even though the agricultural funds are gradually being diminished, at least in proportion to the overall budgetary expenditure, will probably remain the pattern. One can imagine the structural funds being used in order to reward or punish behaviors among member states. But that gets into a very tricky, complicated, also constitutional issues, as well as decisions about what are the priorities in terms of politics in Brussels. So there again, there might be changes that come as an after consequence of a major strategic rethinking and restructuring of our overall enlarged budget. But this is a perspective that, how probable is it, and how close is it in terms of timing? Not much. So I don't think that there's any possibility to respond to your questions in practical and precise terms. Sorry.
Okay. Yes.
Evantis.
Well, Professor Romero, discussing the relationship of Europe with the rest of the world, is there really a European interest geopolitically? I'm not saying national interest, but a European interest, a comprehensive European interest to which the member states will also be devoted, or is Europe simply ideological and says big words? Perhaps because it was designed to act inwards and doesn't know how to deal with these things.
I'm tempted to say yes, you're right, but perhaps not entirely. I think that let's say the warnings, the alarm bells that rings through the Draghi report are not only shared by the sort of Europeanist stratum of the political and economic elites in Europe, but they are percolating down at the national level. Perhaps not among the most nationalistic forces. I don't think, Salvini, just to mention a guy in my neck of the woods, would understand the notion of European sovereignty except as a subtraction from his own specific sovereignty. But in general, it seems to me that a lot of people are beginning to understand that the type of competition that we are facing now, technological, industrial, commercial, with the US and China, is such that none of the member states can really sustain it. Some of the smaller ones maybe buy some favors here and there, a large investment in one, a large investment in the other, but this can be satisfying for very small states, very small economies, in which a big Chinese investments or US investments or whatever, or Saudi Arabia investment makes a difference. But for the larger states, it doesn't work that way. So it seems to me that at that level, even in Germany, the notions that you're not self-sufficient in terms of industrial and technological strength is beginning to operate.
Yeah.
How powerful is it? Can it really change deeply rooted sort of cultural patterns and way of thinking? Can it affect the complicated politics in each of these countries, Italy, France, Germany, Spain, the other ones? These I don't know. It probably varies from region to region, from country to country, but it seems to me that there is a sense that what Draghi was diagnosing is somehow right. And it's interesting that his diagnosis has not been contested practically by anyone. Europe has a productivity problem, has a problem of technological lack of ability to produce the next technological innovations or to keep up with the technological innovations that emanate from the US and, or China. So these points of the agenda, I think, are shared very widely. It seems to me the problems opens up when we come to the solutions, to the responses to this. There, the issue, do we go full-blown into a European sovereignty materialized into fiscal capacity, a much larger budget, investments into industrial policies, research, etc., then it's when the problems open up. And there is where you probably see who sticks to notions of national sovereignty, not in a theoretical terms, but in terms of actual control of small or larger resources by national governments as opposed to Brussels. But the problem is also that these levers that governments have are so deeply intertwined nowadays between Brussels and the capitals that there is leverage to change things in a way. But I'm afraid the change would be fragmentary, segmented, rather than unified and logical, as Draghi Draghi proposes to us. In that sense, I'm probably, I don't know whether pessimistic or realistic, but I think Draghi has said we need to do 100 things. I venture to say that he would probably be happy if 30 or 40 of these things were done, 40%, let's say. But this is just my guess.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Any further questions? No? Then, yes.
Thank you. I think, first of all, that comparing always the European Union with other sovereign states, as the United States or China, is a little bit a flawed comparison, because on the one hand you have full states, and then we are in the Union, we are not one state, that, as you know, we are a coalition of states. And therefore, it will be always a problem to do these comparisons. And this also leads to some peculiar comparisons and conclusions. I would also like to remind that in the year 2000, we had the other ambitious program of Europe, the Lisbon Agenda, which failed almost, not entirely, but somehow I would say half of it didn't really work. And we had exactly the same preoccupations with those the Draghi report puts forward. So do you think that in the future, if we want really to be consistent with Draghi conclusions, will we need a new institutional architecture in the Union? And will this entail, for example, a new intergovernmental conference and a new treaty? Because we had now quite several revisions of the treaty. Some of them were entirely, rejected, and we are now with the Lisbon Treaty. But do you think that we need something different? Because if you go back to the present treaty, there are already a lot of things that I'm pretty sure many people ignore. If you look back to the particular article. So I don't know if this will entail a new institutional architecture, and how far the member states are really willing to go forward with that. Thank you.
I think that everybody who read the Draghi report, or even a summary of the Draghi report, would agree with you that the careful avoiding in the report, or marginalizing in the report, the ways to get there is the only wise option at the moment. If you get into proposing some type of constitutional change, amendments, treaty, the whole thing will stop immediately. Let's say the various polities within the European Union are already fragmented enough inside and among themselves that even thinking about it would probably produce a backlash or a paralysis. So I think those who support, in part at least, this sort of vision that Draghi put forward, and many others shares, that EU should take upon itself a degree of sort of strategic sovereignty and thinking about it, and then operating about it, to face the challenges of today and tomorrow, would try as much as they possibly can to avoid going through the constitutional process, because it's very obvious that almost everybody can put a spanner in the works and put it to a stop. And they're so scared of voters anyway that the notion of referendum would probably freeze everything the moment it's mentioned. Is it possible to do some of these things without taking into our hands treaties and revising them? These I really don't know. But it's true that the sort of ingenuity and fantasy in tweaking the institutional processes that are in place is very large. So it's possible that one can invent a sort of route to implementing some of these possibilities and policies and decisions without treaty changes, even though it would be more rational in a way. And long term, probably it would be required, but long term, who knows? The first question, or the first proposition in advance, it's more, I think, complicated and also I find it interesting, intellectually interesting. That is, does it make sense to compare the EU to China and the US? In a way, no, it doesn't. I think you're right. Of course, the EU is not a federal government or a centralized government. It's not a state. It's something else. We even lack a precise word to define what it actually is. We use periphrases of one kind or the other. But at the same time, it's an almost inevitable comparison to make because we wanted the bloody single market and the euro. And so it's a single continental region-wide economy, a fairly advanced economy, not the most advanced, but fairly advanced economy, whose commercial partners are the US and China, first and foremost, and that sees itself at every level as competing with these two giants, and has also stuck its fingers into the ambition of regulating some of the giants that emanate from the US, not from China, but from the US, in terms of competition policies, digital economies type of regulations, etc. So, in a way, yours is a purist option. Yes, it's not the same thing, so we shouldn't compare apple and pears, but if apple and pears are on the same plate and we actually eat them simultaneously, I'm afraid you have to compare it. And in any case, we are too deep into this process to do something different. It seems to me that the risk, in a way, still resides on the side of those who reason that they might perhaps stick it out by themselves. For instance, in terms of commercial policy with China. And we've seen that is a dead alley. You know, Germany, after all, tried over the last 2 or 3 years to survive, float with a decent commercial relationship with China, even though all the doors were slamming shut. But it doesn't work. So you have to take it both in order to exercise some political strength in negotiations, but also in terms of, what kind of markets do we connect or disconnect. You have to take it to the European level. At that point, it becomes a Europe-wide economic issue, commercial issue, financial issue, regulatory issue. And given that what is at stake, this sort of overflows into a political issue and therefore potentially a strategic one vis-a-vis the US or China. I think the problems that we have of industry, European industries moving to the US in order to take advantage of US financial incentives, etc. So it's a level that we cannot avoid, I think.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Professor.
Thank you so
and
much.
thank you, audience, for your questions. We now have a coffee break in the next room for about 15 minutes, and then we reconvene here with our next invited panel.
No, I think because of humidity and because the sense that
Maybe can you help me down when you
Yes.
go first?
Which way? How do we do this?
You have to just lend me a hand because I'm afraid.
Hand is
that
enough?
Yeah, a hand is enough so I don't fall and break
You
my
want to
hip.
lean on my shoulder? That's
No, no,
okay.
just the
My
pain
wife has the same
of
problem.
elderly people. Just don't break.
Knees or feet? Knees? No, my wife.
Arthritis.
Yeah, that's the same. You and my wife.
Sociologue au CERI, spécialisé migration. I'm speaking English. Yesterday I spoke to, pardon, hier j'ai parlé à un journaliste grec qui m'a dit que on s'attendait à ce que les Libanais est-ce que ces informations sont... Que les Libanais arrivent en Grèce, Libanese refugees. We expecting, especially in the islands.
together saying, I have to meet you. Can I come at some point to visit you? I said to my team that
Last year we had worked organized together in Alexandropoli another
the history of the Lausanne Treaty indeed. I want to talk to you
Hello,
about
Kostas.
this
How are you?
about the different
Congratulations on everything so far.
it would be great to be able to meet you. We should I get
Nice.
Very
nice to meet you.
Thank you for coming.
Nice to meet you.
So I
Nice to
promise
meet
your
you.
president we are going to have a meeting.
Oh, no,
and
you
I'll
will
start
have to
make
suffer.
operations.
I'm not going to
Yes.
speak too long.
Avec plaisir.
Camera bell. Okay. Well, because we have many
We are neighbors. I came by foot, from Miami.
many panelists.
What a great place.
We have lost two panelists.
Tu vois, c'est comme je la connais. It's also something we cannot do. Now we are doing every night we do things for the kids because we give them lessons, cinema, and
Expect to
then
speak
it's for
20 minutes.
so it might be plenty to do together. The first conference we did, back in 2016,
Then we have a space for discussion because this is also the interesting issue.
plenaries were
Interaction. Where do you base yourself?
very much
At the university. I think I saw you last time you were already involved 2 years ago in the same conference. Yes, okay. This is what your face is not unknown.
Yes.
Would you like coffee?
Cameron Bell,
Hi,
how do you do?
very well, thank you.
Great.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to our talk today.
co-panelist.
Nice to meet you.
Great,
It's okay, great.
Yes,
It
nice
will
to
be
meet
the
you.
three of us, I'm afraid. The
Oh,
other two
Eno is
cannot.
not here. Oh, what happened?
She's fallen ill.
Is that right? Oh my goodness. Okay, well I will represent EPs, no problem. Canada problema.
So this is a setup.
Okay,
Okay.
yeah.
You have
This
a
actually leaves
PowerPoint
us
or
more
not?
time for Q&A, which
Yes,
is good.
yes.
It's a positive thing, because that's been short on some of the
Do
other
you have a
panels.
PowerPoint or
No,
not?
I'm lecturing.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
No
that's
tech
fine.
needed,
If you don't need tech,
Great. So there's a professor who's not there. Rizas?
Rizas,
Is he also?
he's also but he canceled before like a week, but we had already put the program under the print,
Okay.
so we couldn't basically do anything with the
Okay.
Yes, we had some sort of engagement with Palomina, which I took over and you can.
Because it's a him?
Yes, the regular person does not.
Ah, that's who it was.
Yes,
Ah,
yes,
okay.
I think he's Jan's Paul,
That's great.
and we will sign this.
Excellent.
Yes. There's coffee, next room, if you're interested.
Thank you. I noticed that you were short on the introduction, which I like. Is that the same model for this panel? Or did it only give reading on the file? We just get right into it?
Depends on
What the chair wants to do.
the chair wants to do, so I haven't
I'll talk.
done a recipe thing with everybody, whatever everybody wants to do, we can do.
I prefer the short.
Yeah, but I mean,
Get right
now,
into it.
now it's just 3 of you. Yesterday with the panel it was 4 or 5, so we didn't want we were even tight with time already, so I didn't want to take up.
Sure. Everyone's full. Marinara, you know?
Marinara is different. So tonight, I met Greg. I saw yesterday also Gregory. So gonna be today. He's gonna
I
be.
saw him. He's here. And he'll come in here. Yeah. I think that's close. Introduce him to us.
Yes, I'm planning to do it in the conference dinner.
Perfect. That's what you're asking.
Yes. So it's gonna be more also. Put us. So have some sitting arrangements. Oh, this table is good, and there's another table. You need to now the keynotes.
Okay.
So kind of try to Gregory.
Not concerned.
Yes.
And I sent a note this morning or last night about some people next week. Do you have any sense of your schedule? We can talk about it after the conference.
I do. I can do Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
All the way up until 4:30 because I have a meeting at 4:30.
Good.
Yes, that's it. That's it.
That's all I need.
Yes.
là, il va falloir. Alors ça change. Comment tu vas? Comment?
Ambassador, ladies and gentlemen, we'll now start our next panel with the title Europe, the Transatlantic Relevance and Strategic Alliances, which means that we're going to deal with the very difficult questions, as it became clear from Professor Romero's lecture in the previous session. And let me now give the floor to Professor Christian Lequen, professor at Sciences Po Paris and visiting professor at the College of Europe. Professor Lequen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you to the Hellenic American University for the invitation, and to my old friend Georges Prevellakis for suggesting my name. We are in September, and as you know, in 2 months' time, we will have the American election in the US. And I think rarely an American presidential election has been so decisive for Europe. And not sure when I read the press, the media, when I listen to the media, that the Europeans completely take the sense of it. What are the interests at stake for Europe? Well, I think the most difficult scenario for Europe will be an election of Donald Trump, of course. Of course. And you know that, like many American Republicans, Trump has no particular positive dispositions for Europe. I will come back to a number of declarations made, in particular by Vance, who is supposed to be the vice president if Mr. Trump is elected. And an election of Trump, of course, could have an impact on the future of the conflict between Ukraine and Russia. If you look at the debate, Trump voters always convinced that the aid to Ukraine cost too much money to the taxpayer and should be stopped. In September the 12th, we got a plan from Mr. Vance, who said a peace with Russia could be negotiated in 24 hours. Okay, 24 hours, okay. And when you look at the conditions, what are they? Vance said that the establishment of a demilitarized zone of the current front line, a de facto recognition of almost 1/5 of the current Ukrainian territory occupied by the Russian, and a guarantee of Ukraine's neutrality, which means, in other words, no possibility for Ukraine to join the Western alliance, to join NATO. Well, if we go back to Trump, who has a long experience of communication in politics, I think we cannot exclude, I know that nothing is 100% sure, of course, but we cannot exclude a plan proposing a peace without associating the Europeans. And what will the Europeans do if Trump succeeds to bring Putin and Zelensky around the table that left them behind? Of course, Zelensky will resist. He will resist. He will firstly oppose to the annexation of the 1/5 of the Ukrainian territory. He will make NATO membership a condition, etc. But will he be able to resist for long if Trump in particular threatens to cut all financial aid and also military aid to Ukraine? So I know this is a bit, this is completely a scenario. We don't know about what is going to happen. But in this case, what could the Europeans do? Of course, they could appeal to NATO with a risk of entering the war with Russia. You remember the declaration of President Macron. It was before the change of government, but he said we have not to exclude anything, right? But you remember also the reaction of the other EU member states, especially from the German Chancellor, Mr. Scholz, who was very opposed to that. My impression is that the Europeans' current ability to resist to a very pessimistic scenario of a dirty peace in Ukraine is very limited. And why is it limited? Well, I think it goes back to what Professor Romero previously said about the leadership capacity of France and Germany in the current situation. If you take Germany, well, it would be totally unfair to say that the German government didn't make improvement in defense spending in the last year. Because if you take the GDP, which is devoted to defense spending, there was an increase. And it's even a bit more than France now. It's 2.12%, but less than 10 years ago, it was 1.4%. Right? So clearly, there was a German effort. But we also know that Germany reached limits on defense spending because Germany reached limits in spending in general, right? You probably follow the statement of the Federal Constitutional Court about the famous Schuldbremse, and it would be very difficult in Germany to go against constitutional requirement in terms of extending the public deficit. And we also know that the coalition in power, the Ampelkoalition, the coalition between the Greens, the SPD, and the Liberals, the FDPs, doesn't work very well and is divided in particular on policy strategies. Another phenomenon, which is to a certain extent a bit different from France, because in France, the opposition is not really using the argument of the peace with Russia. It's a bit different in Germany, and it's not necessarily AfD, but it's more on the extreme left. There is now this new party called Bündnis Sarah Wagenknecht, Alliance Sarah Wagenknecht, a sort of mix between firm measures, strict measures in migration, and the defense of the social welfare, right? And clearly they have a discourse about a quick peace with the Russian in Ukraine. What about the situation in Paris? Speaking with the presence of the representative of the French president here, Laurence Auer, but I'm sure Laurence will not be offensive if I said that in Paris the situation is not so easy, right? You know that the president, has now to rule with a government which is not entirely the expression of his party. And the president keeps constitutionally the hand on foreign and security policy. But we know that the government also has a fragile margin of maneuver in absence of majority in the parliament. And in particular, I think it's not a secret, the Prime Minister, Michel Barnier, has to be cautious with the far-right party, Rassemblement National, because of the possibility of censorship in the parliament. And Rassemblement National had for a very long time an explicit discourse about being close of Putin. Now they don't speak about closeness anymore, but probably they have still the idea that we have to accommodate something with Putin's Russia. Moreover, the public deficit is serious, and because the public deficit is serious, it will be difficult also to expense the defense spending. It's 2.06% of the GDP in 24. If you look at the increase in tendency in the last 10 years, it's less than Germany, right? The German made more efforts in raising the spending than the French, because the French were around 1.9 or 1.95. Okay. The problem, and here I would like to say that I totally share what has been said by Professor Romero. It's difficult to see an alternative to the leadership of the Franco-German tandem. Very difficult. I know that we say regularly in the press that maybe Poland and Italy could take this role, but I'm not sure that they have sufficient resources, not only on defense, what we're talking now, but diplomacy in general, to become the new leaders of the EU. Despite efforts, if you take the polls, they also increase their defense budget. It's more than 4% of the GDP, and it's not far from Greece, because Greece is a bit less than 4%, but becoming a substitute in terms of political leadership to the Franco-German alliance is another story. So, what kind of choice the Europeans have? Rationally, I'm speaking in a rational term. Well, no other choice than reinforcing the defense resources in connection with the Ukraine war and defense strategy. I think the Europeans have shown the capacity to increase their defense policy in the last 5 years. It would be totally unfair to say that nothing happened. I'm not going to mention now all the new instruments, the use of peace facility for buying weapons, which were given to the Ukrainians. Peace facility means using for the first time in the history of the EU budget to develop direct buying and supply of weapons. I guess that the responsibility is very much in the hands of the EU member states, which are also members of NATO. And I totally agree again with what I heard before, that European members do not have any other alternative than being more active inside NATO. That's the issue. For the moment, EU alone has not credible resource to save Ukraine without the United States. So EU defense policy must, of course, remain a priority, but reinforcing the European pillar within NATO must also remain the first option and the most realistic option. And it would also allow to count on close dialogue with Great Britain, because, as you know, the UK left the EU and was one of the main contributors to defense policy. And probably the EU, especially with a new government, with a new Labour government, has to find a way of close dialogues with the UK, which remain a major key player in security in Europe. And I think it's very important, because if Europe, imagine, let's Trump orchestrating a dirty peace, if I may speak so, between Ukraine and Russia without reacting. In this case, I'm tempted to say that the whole raison d'être of all the European construction will collapse. And this is the main responsibility of the EU member states for the moment. And I would say particularly Atlanticist countries such as the Baltic states, Poland, the Netherlands, they have a strong responsibility not to permit such a situation. And they must understand the complementary between EU efforts in defense and the future of their security within the transatlantic alliance. Okay. Well, among you, some would probably argue, but this is a very worst case scenario, very pessimistic, and this could be avoided if Kamala Harris will win the American election, right? And of course, there is this possibility. If you look at the polls, we cannot exclude an election of the Democratic Party candidate, but I think many things will be different for the Europeans, and one in particular. But in this case, the efforts of the Europeans to reinforce their defense will not be in vain. Because my impression, and I'd be very interested to discuss it with my American colleague here, my impression is that Mrs. Harris probably, and like Biden, belongs to a new generation of democratic politicians who did not experience the Cold War and who are less naturally oriented towards Europe. Of course, and this is the big difference, I think Kamala Harris will never accept a peace in Ukraine that is completely favorable to Russia. So this is why the clear interest of Europe and more of Ukraine is to have Mrs. Harris elected. But this will not prevent Mrs. Harris from asking the Europeans to contribute more financially, militarily, to the security of the continent. So my conclusion to that is that whatever the American election, we see, of course, the difference between Harris and Trump, but the Europeans have little choice but to consolidate their participation to the transatlantic relationship, to protect their own security, and to move from what I will call the status of junior partners to a status of partners. And here there is an issue with the European public. I think the European public must understand that, and it's not easy. Probably two critiques must be contested in the political debate. The first is the belief that American power is equivalent to Russian power. You know the music, which is not a new one, which say, well, hegemony is both sides, double standards, etc., etc. Well, this is something I always contested in the past, and I think has to be contested still, because in the public opinion, and especially among the extremes, this is a little music that we listen very often. But there is a second things which has to be addressed to the public opinion, and especially in certain member states more than others. This is the idea that, well, you know, at the end, this is the old conservative scenario. Well, you know, we don't have to spend more in defense, because if something really wrong happens, the US will never leave us. We don't know about that. We don't know about that. This is the conviction that American solidarity with the old continent well, is structural since the end of the World War, and it will stay like this. If we have Trump elected, it will not change the reaction of the United States in case of, well, worst scenario with Russia in Europe. I think this is not true. We have an element of uncertainty, and when we are thinking about a strategic model, uncertainty has to be taken into consideration. If you have uncertainty, then you have to take the resources and the means to make sure that you transform it into a form of certainty or predictability. So for this reason, at the moment where we have the designation of the new von der Leyen Commission in Brussels, and Mrs. von der Leyen, well, is going to present a program, I think defense must remain probably the strongest priority at the agenda, and the question of the relation in particular between EU and NATO. I know, and it has been said already, it's not the only one priority. Europe has serious difficulties on competitiveness. We mentioned that before, and on industrial innovation. We mentioned the Draghi report, but we have also other important issues, energy, migration. But defense, for me, has to be a priority topic, of course, more if Trump is elected than Harris, but not only. Even if Harris is elected, we have to think about redefinition, a political redefinition of our transatlantic relation. And here I would say, I have mentioned the difficulties of the French and of the German with domestic politics currently, but it will make sense that France plays a role in pushing a new transatlantic agenda. I know that there is a very old perception that the French, are not easy partners inside the NATO alliance, legacy of de Gaulle, etc., etc. But on the other way, the French also have a possibility to push towards a reflection on the right balance of power between US and Europe inside the transatlantic relation. And this is an issue at stake. Of course, I'm not naive, and I know that it's not easy for the American to accept that the US doctrine consists in sharing a security strategy. It's not something which is obvious. But of course, if the US wants to have more assertive Europeans inside the transatlantic relation, Europeans taking more responsibility, bringing more resources, in this case, they have to accept some change in the decision-making process as well, right? And this is probably what the French are able to push, but they will have to push it in a constructive way. You know what I mean? Saying, well, this is a logic consequence of a stronger involvement of the Europeans, and if we take responsibility, we have to share also more the decision. Of course, this could be only a middle, long-term perspective, but it's an important one. So this is how I see the situation currently in Europe about security issues. Again, I think we are a bit far from the debate of the 90s where we were thinking about European defense as a possible substitute to transatlantic relations, right? And it's true that at this time, if you take the Mitterrand period, there was this temptation, well, on the French side, to say, well, Europe must be a substitute too. I think this time is over. This time is over, and Ukraine has perfectly shown that if we want to reflect seriously about our security, we can only do that inside the NATO framework. So the question is how to improve the European presence, but also resources, but also to improve the European capacity to act as a decision maker inside a new transatlantic relation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Lequen. And now, Mr. Cameron Bell, who is a lecturer and a research fellow at the Institute of International Relations in Athens. Mr. Bell, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It is a real pleasure to see so many people here, my colleagues at Hellenic American, esteemed professors of the Greek Academy, Pravilakis, Hatzavasiliou, and distinguished visitors. Thank you to President Koskos for using the power of convening to bring us all together in such a fabulous way. I'm very pleased to be here to engage in this conversation. Amidst such experience, the question is how to contribute here. And I have to acknowledge my colleague Ino Afentouli, who's not here, a distinguished practitioner from NATO. And NATO is the most important international security arrangement in modern history. And it is not something to talk about lightly or without the facts or without great consequence. So we miss her presence here on the panel, but I want to call out just how valuable her expertise is. I now teach students who were born after 9/11, but of course I lived through 9/11 outside New York City. I remember distinctly the plumes of smoke and the suffering and the confusion. And I remember how moved I was as a young person when Article 5 was invoked. An attack against one is an attack against all. And so we're speaking now often about NATO in relation to Europe, but it wasn't that long ago when we were talking about NATO in relation to the United States. Absolutely. My perspective today will be informed by my interest in transnational topics. I will endeavor to talk about non-EU subjects. Even though I'm based here in Greece, my interests are looking north, south, east, and west, including non-European neighbors of Greece. And generally an interest in a gap between political elite convergence and a entrenched gap in people-to-people ties. It's something I call the democratic policy gap. And what I'm referring to there is a democratically elected leader who enacts policies that are not widely supported by the people. And this is something we see around the world, and particularly today in relation to our conversation about the Transatlantic Alliance. I will begin, though, by talking about something we cannot avoid, which is the very problematic information environment. I will then apply that to the democratic policy gap, and finally offer my thoughts as an American on the American views, which of course cannot be generalized and are very diverse, on Europe, but on Greece in particular. If I had to think of a visual for the information environment, I would think of road signs that are warning you to be cautious, to take great alarm, beware, prosouchi, because indeed there are systemic problems today in access, in credibility, and long-standing controversies that take advantage of our cognitive biases in relation to semantics and moral relativism. I don't need to remind you that halfway between the truth and a falsehood is still very far from the truth. And we are torn today in public discourse between other ends of the spectrum, and there's a prevailing murkiness about where the truth stands on any given issue. And to make sense of that very complicated environment, we need to understand how the environment has actually changed. And as one example, I would like to refer to something called the PDB. Now, this is a bit wonkish for Europeans, but this is a reference to the Presidential Daily Brief. And this is the collective assessment of the US intelligence community that is delivered to the desk of the Oval Office every single day. And it might surprise you that over 80% of the PDB today is open source. The collective assessment of the intelligence community is rounding up your Google research. What does this mean? The US government is not chasing secrets, classified information around the world. They're trying to make sense of what is already known. And they're doing it in an infodemic where they are drinking from the hose every single day. This is problem number one. Problem number two, and this is not personal to any of the established academics on the table here, is something I'll call expert impunity. And it's a lack of accountability for those in our field who spread misinformation, disinformation. With great consequence, because these are the people who shape public discourse, these are the people who shape policy outcomes, and if they are not held accountable for their views that are ungrounded in facts, there are serious problems for other people on the receiving end of military interventions. Here I refer to a Princeton scholar named Nigar Rezevi. And Nigar Rezevi has Iranian ethnicity, and he spent 2 years of his life interviewing over 180 members of the so-called blob. That's a reference from President Obama to the international security establishment in Washington, D.C. And he was curious about the experience of policymakers who touched upon in their public and academic commentary on Iran in particular. And he found that of this cross-section of American policymakers and academics who speak about, who write about Iran and Iranian policies, 50% could not read, write, or speak Farsi, the Persian language, and the vast majority had never visited Iran. And this is just one example. You could find similar studies on other countries and how public discourse in the United States is being built without a grounding in what would be a logical background for expertise. So I throw that out there to give caution to anyone who is influenced by this discourse and challenge you to really seek out those who have ethos on their side, the credibility from which to speak publicly on very sensitive matters of international security. This is part of a long tradition, unfortunately, in the United States, called anti-intellectualism. This is a phenomenon most widely associated with Richard Hofstadter, a famous American historian of the 1950s and 60s in the post-war era, where consumerism and the growth of society was overwhelming traditional views that sought out expertise. This is something, of course, that surged under the Trump presidency as he used populist views to diminish, often embarrassingly so, the so-called experts. All of this contributes to unprecedentedly low levels of public trust around the world, but indeed in the United States. To give you a sense for what that means in a more tactical way, according to Pew, a think tank in the United States, less than 20% of voter-age Americans say they trust the federal government to do, quote, what is right. Only 1% say they trust the federal government just about always. And only 15% trust the federal government, quote, most of the time. This is from 2023. This is clearly indicative of a major problem. Broadly speaking, across a number of studies, about 2/3 of Americans see democracy at risk of failing. And this creates grave uncertainty leading into the US election. Now, as an aside, I will say I'm not too worried about this US election, and I'll tell you why. I'm not too worried because I think this election is most certainly going to go to the United States Supreme Court. And the United States has been through this before in recent times, and the Republic survived. And I'm referring to Bush v. Gore in 2000. So there are outcomes where the populist vote is different from the vote in the Electoral College, and the Republic survived. And the reason why I think this is going to most certainly go to the Supreme Court is for two reasons. One is the obvious criminal record, charges and convictions of President Trump, the candidate. The other is the likelihood that this is going to be a very close election, which is, of course, what triggered the previous event going to the Supreme Court in Bush v. Gore in 2000. So either way, I think we should be looking at the court, and I have to note that there is a Republican majority on that court.
But there will be one winner.
For the Republic to survive, that's true. In this environment that I've just described, I want to make a bold claim that information warfare is now as important as the use of kinetic force. And with digital authoritarianism on the rise, democracies are losing their ability to fight information warfare. This is based on the premise that big tech in the West, but also in other environments, is not sufficiently regulated to sustain democratic values. There is a lag in regulating big tech, and there is an outsized role for big tech in our democracies, which is entirely new. So, what is the connection between this era of low public trust in institutions, in the media, in politicians, and international politics? And here I'd like to work to the long academic record of Professor Fukuyama, who suggests that populism and identity politics are being fueled by this period of information warfare. Indeed, going back in time, he looks at world politics holistically as the demand for recognition of one's identity. In fact, he cites a Greek principle, themos, the search for recognition in the other man, but also isothemia, the acceptance of one's recognition, and the problematic megalothemia. Populism and identity politics are extremely dangerous, particularly amidst mass suffering and war, as we are seeing now in the Eastern Mediterranean and in the Russia-Ukraine war. It allows one to dehumanize the other, to have our cognitive biases easily manipulated for political gain. It enables the us versus them mentality, and ultimately for us all to become desensitized or even apathetic to death. I think we can all appreciate this phenomenon and how it affects our day-to-day life here in Athens, so close to so much suffering and so much death. So again, a second challenge for all of you, and that is to be, quote, neutral and unbiased on the side of those who suffer. And there I quote the distinguished late journalist Robert Fisk of the Times and the Independent in the UK, who for 40 years covered this mass suffering at his home in Beirut. To be neutral and unbiased on the side of those who suffer. It is not an easy task. Now I'd like to turn to the democratic policy gap. And I'd like to give you some examples of how government policy in the region is not representative of public opinion. In the short term, this is of course tolerable. This is in fact why we have strategic alliances, so that given the whims of politician A or his or her successor, the alliance endures. But in the long term, there will be a major strain on alliances if government policy does not reflect public opinion. The United States Congress honored Prime Minister Mitsotakis with an invitation to address the joint House of the House of Representatives and the Senate in 2022. It was an outstanding speech that was widely celebrated on both sides of the Atlantic. And in this speech, he referenced Greece's 100% support for Ukraine. In fact, the quote was unequivocal. Now, what he really meant was the Greek government's unequivocal support for Ukraine. Everyone here realizes this is not representative of the Greek people's views of the conflict. We see a similar contrast when it comes to US policies regarding Israel. And in general, there are, of course, strong relations between countries that are underpinned by very weak people-to-people ties. And here I can reference again Prime Minister Mitsotakis receiving President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi of Egypt as my brother. But you will be hard-pressed to find a majority of the Greek people in 2024 who refer to the Egyptian people as their brothers and sisters. And now an intervention about Iran, going back to expert impunity. I believe that you can't find a solution without a clear understanding of the problem. And make no mistake, Iran is the big problem in the region. And this is confusing because we are inundated with events, violent and political, on a daily basis, driven by the Houthis of Yemen, the Hashd al-Shabi, the PMUs in Iraq, Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iranian-backed groups in Syria of all shapes and sizes. And we lose track that there is a very clear common denominator. Secondly, Iran is a long-term challenge. Iran's proxies have been used as their first line of defense and as deterrence for decades. Amidst that challenge, we have seen a US government that has taken a maximalist approach or a conciliatory, or you might even call it negotiated approach. And I ask you to reflect on that simply by thinking about your memories of 4 US presidential administrations: the Bush administration, the war on terror, the freedom agenda, the Obama administration, when Aegean Airlines opened up direct flights to Tehran, the Trump administration, when many Iranian generals were removed from the battlefield in a variety of ways, including assassination, and the Biden administration, which has renewed efforts to create a negotiated peace and rein in the Iranian nuclear program, often through various financial proposals that have led to a lack of accountability. Our allies, American allies in the region, are exhausted by this volatility. They don't know where America stands, and they certainly don't know who's coming next in American leadership. And there's a particular voice here that is not well known. And it's the voices of American allies, often secular, often on the higher end of the socioeconomic ladder in the region, who support a maximalist approach because they are tired of these Iranian proxies holding their country and their people hostage for decades. There are many wonderful Lebanese in Greece today or in Lebanon who are supportive, quietly, of Israeli activities in recent days. This is not well appreciated. Amidst all of this confusion, how does America see Europe? This will be a bit more personal than my other comments, and general, and of course, with recognition that there are so many diverse views in the United States. But I think on the whole, you might agree that America looks to Europe as, and excuse the reference, an open-air museum. Sometimes luxurious, sometimes charmingly dilapidated, but in either case, it's Europe as the founder and producer of culture. And this is something America needs. This is something America values. This is a popular view, but it's also a strategic view based on European demographics, particularly in Southern Europe, which we know are sclerotic at best in Greece and similar in other Southern European countries. Again, dying demographics equate well with the concept of an open-air museum a room full of statues. If you accept this as the popular view, I will add that there is significant historical ignorance in the United States. This is a consequence of a general view from the US looking east, where archaeology trumped ethnography. We have something like 20 archaeological missions in Greece, but far fewer institutions devoted to helping others understand modern Greece. This is a consequence of the Cold War, where the focus was in American educational systems, the great power conflict, and the Third World, but not the border states. I learned that Vice President Spiro Agnew, of Greek descent, called the colonels during the junta years in Greece the best damn generals since Pericles. I learned that in Greece, not in the United States. I was surprised to see how regularly the Truman statue, a great American president, was defaced in modern times. And I was certainly surprised by the number of people angrily marching on a date I had no context for prior to coming to Greece, November 17. US impressions are driven by the way institutions organize the region, not by history, commerce, or events. The US, in its global reach, has to institutionally carve up different geographies to make sense of them, to organize resources. But this is problematic. Just look at one academic field popularly known as Middle East Studies. Invariably, it may include Israel, it may exclude Israel. It may include Turkey, it may exclude Turkey. It may cover the swath of humanity from Morocco to Pakistan, or it may focus just on the Levant. And oh, by the way, where does Greece fit into all of that? The Hellenized world, of course, reached far into all of those countries, now neatly organized under Middle East Studies. This is not to mention the fact that the Middle East is a very problematic term, and woke debates now suggest something called Southwest Asia, North Africa, more deliberately geographic. I have to say that I sense something that reminded me of the pre-9/11 world in the United States, meaning an unawareness of how much hatred there is for America in the Arab world on the so-called Arab street. And this is the democratic policy gap in an authoritarian context. Because, of course, the Arab sheikhs, the Arab monarchs, are in close touch with Washington, often in very favorable and cooperative ways. But at some point, the rage beneath will make its presence known. We have learned that lesson before. Allow me to conclude with the American views of Europe with something anecdotal. In July, I passed through JFK Airport in New York City, and I paid $24 for a hamburger.
For what?
A hamburger.
Probably was a big one.
And my question to myself, and I think this is a question shared by all Americans, who is to blame? Is it the politicians? Is it the aggressors in international security? Russia, Iran, China, North Korea? Or is it my neighbor who doesn't quite look like me? How America answers this question will have profound implications on the transatlantic alliance. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Well, now allow me to make a few remarks. I'm Ebanthis Hadjivassiliou. I'm a professor at the University of Athens. Well, I must say that when we started planning this conference almost 2 years ago, in the back of our minds, we did have the possibility that September 2024 would be a time of relevant insecurity for transatlantic relations, although I admit we were not expecting such insecurity. In my paper, therefore, I will try to sketch some salient trends rather than to make projections on specific political issues. As you know, historians prefer to play it safe. They do not project. I don't think that I say something very original when I argue that the transatlantic relationship is one of the pillars of the modern international system. Indeed, perhaps the most important of its pillars. Neither is this a new development. The transatlantic relationship has been based on the trade routes of the Northern Atlantic since at least the 17th century, and is one of the decisive factors that have shaped the modern world. In its present form, the transatlantic relationship was shaped during the two world wars, when, as the famous song put it, the Yanks were coming and settled our own problems in Europe. Then the modern West was created during the second half of the 1940s through the Marshall Plan in the first instance and the making of NATO in the second. I would not hesitate to argue that these developments, Marshall Plan and NATO, the creation of the contemporary West, were in fact the winning move in the Cold War itself. It was the basis for the survival and eventual prevalence of liberal democracy. This post-war West had its own characteristics, many of which survive until the present day. Although the prevalent position of the US could never be disputed in the context of this West, the post-war West, NATO itself, was a value-oriented union of sovereign states. The West was based on common institutions and intergovernmental organization. It was often rocked by internal disagreements exactly because the United States did not and could not play the role of the hegemon, at least in the way that the Soviet Union acted in its own sphere of influence in Eastern Europe. So, in my view, Geir Ludestad, the famous historian, he's a great academic, but no, I think he was wrong in his two books. NATO in the West was not an American empire, even an empire by invitation. The US generally took into account the independence of their minor allies it took into account the independence of its allies more than France and Britain respected the independence of their minor allies in times past, before 1939. Moreover, the Americans were never unchallenged within NATO. As we all know, under de Gaulle and afterwards, the French constantly and ruthlessly tormented the Americans in NATO, especially from the mid-1960s. And at the time of détente, 1960s and 1970s, the unity of the West was not imposed by Washington. It had to be continually sought and energetically cultivated. The Europeans refused to give any assistance to the Americans in Vietnam. Even that platoon of bagpipes that Washington was asking from the British. On the other hand, the Europeans got used to living under American protection, nuclear and conventional, and the US was right in asking for a more rational and evenly distributed burden sharing in NATO. They were asking for this since the early 1950s, and this is a problem that still recurs today. It may appear again in the not-so-distant future, depending on the outcome of the American election. Nevertheless, the power of this transatlantic world has been the determinant factor that has upheld balance during the Cold War and has guaranteed peace after 1991 until today. No power can threaten the West militarily, and no power can overtake the united West economically. Of course, the West cannot perform miracles, and it is not, I think, its responsibility, the West's responsibility, to play the role of the good fairy for the entire globe, but it is the pillar of international security in our days and in the foreseeable future, as long as this West still exists. Trying also to give the perspective from the point of view of my country, of Greece, well, let me indicate. This Western world, this united West, is invaluable for this country, for Greece. Greece is an intellectual brainchild of the West. due to its perceived relationship with the rise of Greek philosophy and the idea of democracy since ancient times, something which, as you know, the Greeks have mercilessly taken advantage of in times of their own crisis. But equally important is the fact that constantly in the past 2 centuries, Greece as a small state has always used its links with the West in order to offset the huge geopolitical pressures of this region, Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East, sometimes also the Balkans. This is arguably the most disturbed region in the world. So the Greeks tried to offset these pressures by their link with the West, and this is why the Turks sometimes describe the Greeks as the agents of the Western powers in this part of the world. Therefore, any insecurity about the unity of the West, as the Greeks see it, insecurity behind their backs, because they perceive themselves as a kind of a frontline state, any insecurity about the unity of the West is bound to create a lot of uncertainty for Greek policy. Now, the major European crisis of our time is, of course, Ukraine. And on this issue, I will express some thoughts, allow me to express some thoughts, not very novel, I think, but admittedly inspired by a realist school of thought. And this means I'm afraid I may appear a little provocative or even cynical. Dear friends, in my view, there is no way that Russia can lose this war. It will not win the war to the extent that it hoped. It will not control the whole of Ukraine. But there is no force in this world that can eject the Russian army out of the Ukraine. Not earthly force, at least, because if God and his angels wanted to do it, I'm sure they could, but I don't think that their intervention is imminent. And even if there had been such a force able to eject the Russian army from the Ukraine, who would do it and face then Russia's nuclear arsenal? Moreover, and here I may appear even more provocative, the whole setting of the Ukrainian crisis, in my view, favors Russia. The West may be economically stronger than Russia, but the West does not feel that Ukraine involves its absolutely vital interests. The West is not prepared to fight for the Ukraine. Russia, on the contrary, is economically weaker, but it considers Ukraine as part of its vital space and is determined to fight for it. In such circumstances in world history, the weaker but more determined part can prevail. I'm not saying that it always prevails like that, but it can prevail. Russia will achieve, in other words, in my view, in Ukraine, a tactical victory, which will entail a failure in the long term, because by winning this war in the Ukraine, by occupying parts of Ukraine, it will control a part of Ukraine, but it will lose the friendship of a brother nation, the Ukrainians. So I think that I could perhaps sketch a possible scenario for an outcome. It is impossible, I think, for Russia, for Putin, to withdraw from the conquered territories. And it is impossible for Ukraine, for any leadership of Ukraine, to accept the permanent loss of the conquered territories. In other words, I cannot find any negotiated, agreed solution to this conflict. Perhaps 24 hours, some people say, but I cannot see it. The conquered territories, Ukraine, and consequently Russia as well, in my view, will become a black hole in the map, a black hole without international legitimacy. A repetition like the occupied territory in Cyprus, only with more severe security repercussions, because Ukraine is not a low-intensity security dilemma like Cyprus. Ukraine is not a good scenario, in other words, for the international system, but I fear that this is the most likely, the bad scenario. So a new phase of world history has started, one of big crises which have cumulative effects on a globalized economy. The time of relative calm after the end of the Cold War has passed. And it is not surprising in international affairs. In international affairs, good times do not last long, or at least this is how things are in the past 5,000 years of human history. If then we're entering a phase of world instability, one can hardly resist the feeling that both pillars of the West may have got it wrong. The US is engaged in a soul-searching involving, I think this is also what Trump is all about, involving the surviving elements of its old disastrous isolationism. And Europe, both the EU and the member states, have grown too much accustomed to the American protection in order to develop a strategic dogma of their own. The EU does not have enough solidarity to develop a strategic doctrine. To do so, to have a strategic doctrine, that is a fundamental precondition. The European states must consider the other members' borders as their own. Is this the case today? I doubt it. And if it is not, there is no space for the EU to develop a strategic doctrine, a real one at least. On the other hand, if we are moving towards a new multipolarity, there are two obvious things that the transatlantic partners must do. First of all, they must retain their unity. NATO was created thanks to a huge threat that the Soviet Union posed in 1949, and this kind of threat does not exist today, at least not in a military sense. That we don't have somebody ready to conquer us. This means that if we lose NATO now, we will not be able to remake it. No way. I understand the arguments of the people who have become tired of intra-Western disagreements, but I think that especially if we are at a stage of transition into a more multipolar world, the members of the West have one option: to hang together lest they be hanged separately. If they remain united, no one will be able to threaten them and the liberal international order. Without Western unity, anything can be possible. The second precondition to deal with transitions to multipolarity is that the West must retain a credible deterrence. Now, this is a more difficult issue, mostly because large segments of our over-mature civilization like to view military deterrence, strategic doctrines, foreign policy as backward or even reactionary concepts. Again, it's not a new phenomenon. Unrealistic or naive thoughts have often appeared in world history. Western Europeans wanted disarmament, and Neville Chamberlain wanted peace in the 1930s until Hitler found them unarmed and unleashed the Second World War. But deterrence is also a tricky requirement because it involves additional aspects. Do we want an autonomous EU, as Professor Romero asked? Autonomous EU strategic doctrine, is it possible to have two strategic structures, one in NATO and other in the EU, with partially different memberships? Well, in my view, the obvious rational choice is that Europe should place more emphasis on security. Security is not, as sometimes many people in the EU seem to think, about placing orders to European industries to buy cars. It involves a comprehensive understanding of the world, a set of aims. It also involves weapons, although weapons themselves are not enough. One needs to know what one wants to do with these weapons. The EU must at last place emphasis to strategic thinking and to foreign policy. The EU cannot be forever simply a democratic accelerator. It must also become a credible actor in issues involving hard power. And mostly it should stop fearing foreign policy. It should stop considering it as a dirty thing. Otherwise, it will fall victim to those who can make foreign policy. Last but not least, I strongly believe that Europe can still not go it alone. Europe cannot have a completely autonomous security policy. European powers alone will prove inadequate to provide global stability, and the same is the case, I think, with the US as well, if the US decides to act alone. Only the combined power of the West can ensure stability in the world. This means that in the years to come, Europe may be burdened with the responsibility to convince its American ally about the value of the alliance. This will be even more important than weapons, plans on paper, or about big words. Thank you so much. Well, we have some time, 20 minutes for discussion.
Mr. Chair, could I suggest some dialogue between the panel before we go to the Q&A?
Okay, please.
Thank you. I thought I would try to elucidate differences of opinion that we've just heard between our two distinguished Europeanists, because indeed we did hear very different analyses. And I thought I'd register my approval or support for the idea that Russia cannot lose, that it's likely to become part of this black hole without international legitimacy, at least in terms of the territory it has moved into in Ukraine. I also think that you cannot have highest order security alliances that compete. That's exactly the crack that enemies of NATO will take advantage of and seize. Of course. At the same time, we heard from Professor Lequen that a dirty peace is sort of unacceptable, that it could lead to Europe indeed collapsing, if I draw out some essence there. And I think this is based on the premise that President Putin wants to go further into Europe, or would justify going further in Europe. And I don't think that's the case. I want to challenge that premise. Russia, like Greece, is literally a dying country. The demographics do not support the development of the territory under Russia's current control. So to suggest that Russia would want more territory in the European continent would actually weaken its governance structures. Yeah. Oh, sure. Okay, sure. I conclude.
Yeah. Let us start with the lady in front, the first who, yeah, the first who. Okay.
Thank you. Christina Zarkadoulis, New York, American, anti-Trumper. The disclaimer is that if you buy a veggie burger at JFK, as I will on Monday, it'll be cheaper. And I speak as a linguistic anthropologist, not as a politician. We are teaching across the United States in every grade at the beginning of a child's development Spanish rather than French or German. We are looking to South America, and therefore I haven't heard anything about trans-hemispheric influence here. There's a lot of attention being put on South America for a lot of reasons. It's been going on for 30 years, but in the last 10 years, according to Pew and teachers I interview, kids can identify Lima more than they can identify Paris. They know Bogota more than they know Berlin. So my question is, in all of you very intelligent geopolitical people, what does this mean for, and I hope my question doesn't go into the garbage discourse that we're saying proliferates online and in the social media, but what does it mean for discourse within Europe to only consider America and Europe, and of course now the Middle East has come in because of contextual issues, and not consider what else the US will be, who they will ally themselves with, and consider part of their cultural inheritance over the next 20, 25 years. I don't know if that's a question with a question or not. Thank you.
Could we please listen to the other questions, gather them? Yeah, please.
Thank you very much. I have one comment, a very quick comment and one question. I'm a linguist from Ukraine, so my view is obviously biased. In the dichotomy of determinations, weaker economy of Russia, but more determined, stronger economy in the West, but less determined, I think the premise is the foundation of this dichotomy is very cynical because the determination of Ukrainians as the whole nation is even not taken into consideration. And I believe that Ukrainians have fought enough to deserve some subjectivity in this regard as well. So who is more determined, Ukrainians to live and survive or fighting for survival, or Russia to expand for its various political needs. As far as physical defeat of the Russian army is concerned, and the impossibility of it, let me remind you the end of the Soviet Union. The Russian armies have left from the whole Eastern socialist bloc on their own willingly because they didn't have much to eat. So these things happen. As far as nuclear states failing, losing, let me remind you the United States of America losing in Vietnam, both the Soviets and the United States losing in Afghanistan, and you can continue this list. So each of these arguments can be challenged rather easily. So the point here is that it's very dynamic and there are more factors, and probably the world is even more complicated than a set of dichotomies that we're quite accustomed to. And my question goes to the first speaker. When you, again, another dichotomy, the Europeans, the West, or the Western Europeans mostly, and America on the other hand, what about China and its stake? Because we often don't see the elephant in the room. And China's support and vested interest in supporting Russia, because Russia's economy is surviving only, and Russian militarized industry is surviving only due to China, either directly or via North Korea and Iran. So do you think that there is much room for the European Union to change, focalize its policies with regard to China, and what can be done with respect to China as far as convincing them economically and otherwise to stop supporting aggressive regimes which are in the end used against the democratic world? Thank you.
Okay, I have a question about the burger. I hate to do this, but what is your opinion? Why did it cost $24?
One more question and then we'll make another.
Thank you. I will give a bit of reflection. First of all, I think that the approach that many American and European scholars and as well as political leaders give, that Russia cannot be defeated, is fundamentally wrong, in my opinion, to put it. Because what does defeat mean? So we don't mean by definition only just humiliating its physical army, but defeat can mean absolutely isolating Russia economically as well as politically, which we see that did not happen from the beginning. It happened, it had been taking huge steps, but had not been like radicalized. Europe could not give easily its Russian resources, for example, could not risk its economy and so on. Then that comes with the political price, which comes into the discussion after, okay, Russia cannot be defeated. Secondly, to also comment to our American fellow colleagues' approach on, okay, Russia does not have this type of demography to support more conquest. So I would definitely disagree, which also history suggests that. So as weak as might had seemed, Russia was always grabbing other territories. And I'm coming from Georgia especially, and I want to remind you that Georgians were taken as lunatics when we were a small nation, telling to everybody, and our president was traveling from the United States to European Union and saying that, okay, Russia is the aggressor, they will attack us. They attacked us, and what Russia did actually tested by grabbing a very small part of Georgia tested international resistance, which did not respond. Like internationally, there was no sanction, nothing. After it was Crimea, same. Now it was Ukraine, and now we say, okay, like Russia cannot attack anymore. No, it's very wrong. Putin has declared himself that the biggest tragedy of the 20th century is the demolition of the Soviet Union. So yeah, so my question is finally, how would you see, what do you think as effective policies can be of the European Union in order to protect, okay, maybe it won't be Germany and France that invades Russia, but it will be definitely Georgia, will be Armenia, will be Kazakhstan, I don't know. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, first of all, for all this question. I'll try to give elements of answer to each of them. First of all, what does it mean that the kids in the United States knows better to put on the map Bogota than Paris? Well, it means that the American society has changed, right? And the sociological composition of the society is not based only on a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant anymore. It's finished. This is the first element of answer to your question. But I think the way to, and I perfectly know about what you said, this element of distance now which exists with Europe, because also the world has changed, right? And there are some interest for other parts of the world, and especially for Asia, well, which is something we see in the research as well. Well, you know, the Europeanists in the United States, well, the numbers collapse in the last 30 years. Well, it's not so much to insist, I think, on cultural inheritance, but it's my advice would be more insisting on the question of shared values, and I'm sorry to say, it's a question of democracy, right? And we have to insist on the fact that on this idea that, well, we share democratic values, we have to be clear, and this is what makes me unhappy when we are speaking about well, you know, United States and in Europe now, United States and Russia are exactly the same. They are hegemons, blah, blah, blah. Well, except that we don't share the same values with the Russians, yeah, right? The political systems is totally different. So I know that there are some big challenge with democracy in United States and in Europe as well. But on the whole, we still defend well, a set of values, and this is our right. So this is what I will say or use as an argument towards the children you mentioned. Second, yeah. Imagine you are Moldovan, right? How could you not have in mind that maybe you'll be the next? You know what I mean? 30% of the Georgian territory, 20% of the Ukrainian territory. Well, and of course, if you are Pole or if you are Estonian, well, you have that in mind as well. Except that. If you are Pole or if you are Estonian, you know that being member of the European Union and NATO protect you. So the only way, probably in the long term, to secure the countries where Russia has big appetite for is being member of these organizations. I don't. So it put at the agenda the question of the enlargement of the European Union, and it put at the question also the question of the enlargement of NATO. I know that for European Union, it's also a challenge because the more you enlarge, the more you introduce diversity and you change the project of the European Union towards, a geopolitical organization to a certain extent, right? Creating geopolitical stability, which is something totally not acceptable for purist or federalist, for instance, right? Because it goes against the original dream. But I'm afraid that because of the Cold War, we don't have any change. And I have big debates, I have to say, with friends and colleagues in France who sometimes think that my view is just a way to kill the very project of the European Union. But we cannot be nostalgic of the small union at 6. It's finished. I mean that's my view. China, yes, of course, China is supporting Russia, but China is supporting Russia in a very subtle way. So the thing we have to do is, well, here it's diplomacy, right? It's pure diplomacy. It's having a relation with China, who is an open relation, but knowing perfectly the limits of what they are prepared to accept in terms of Western leadership. The problem of China and is also the problem of Western leadership. But it's not just the problem of China; it's a problem of many countries in the world now, right? If you can work in a way that it's decreasing the power of the West, you're doing it, right? It's part of the new game. So the doctrine which was set up in Brussels, rival and partner at the same time, regarding China is probably the one the EU has to fulfill. But there's many divisions on that, and of course, if Trump is coming back in power, one of the things he will put at the agenda is, well, if you want to have my support on security issues in Europe, you will have to follow my policy regarding China as well, right? More sanctions, etc., etc. So it would be a question for the Europeans in case of election of Trump very quickly, I think, right?
I'll start on Russia and then get to the hamburger. Thank you very much for sharing your concerns, and I want you to know that I don't make light of Soviet or Russian aggression in the 20th century. Of course, countries in sort of the traditional Soviet sphere of influence are more at risk, and the threat is far more sensitive. I think the point I was raising is sort of the classic question of empire, balancing expansion with maintaining control, and to what extent you can expand without weakening the fundamental structures of the state, in which case the whole thing collapses. And my read right now is that, at least in the next few years, expansion beyond the special operation that is going on in Ukraine, as Putin refers to it as, is not likely to go beyond Ukraine. But that is something for debate, for sure. In terms of the hamburger, why did it cost $24? Well, some obvious things. They're sort of airport service providers that are monopolies and can charge whatever they want, and there's always demand for those burgers. But there's a very real problem in the United States in terms of a cost of living crisis and inflation, which I was referring to tangentially with the hamburger as a symbol of that. And I think the causes are many. One of the major causes is that the Republican Party has stopped being the party of fiscal discipline. And with its populist turn, there have been major government spending programs that wouldn't have necessarily been approved by previous Republican administrations. And here I'm talking about COVID relief, right? As an American citizen, my COVID relief check was signed by Donald Trump. That was a very, very political expense. American support, government support for student loans, American aid for its alliances overseas. These costs just keep building, and there is collectively a rise in national debt. And I think that's probably the biggest reason, but there are so many factors driving that. Secondly, psychologically, Americans vote based on the economy. And there's no way of divorcing that, that vote based on the pocketbook. And so whether it's Trump's legal record or disagreements with Kamala Harris, you can't discount the determinism of the economy on the American electoral outcome. And then finally, one comment for Professor Lequen based on concerns that Trump may return to sort of aggressive stance toward NATO at best, or at worst, try to pull the United States out of NATO. I think it's too soon to make that judgment. Based on the traditional logic that there is a gap between campaign rhetoric, which motivates the primary voters and the masses to get involved in the election well before the election date, and policy. Historically, no matter what administration you look at, there is a very large gap between what happens in the campaign, what is said in the campaign, what is promised in the campaign, and what is actually executed by the state during administration. So I don't think we can say with much certainty that Trump can be expected to pull the US out of NATO. It was very close in 2018, and I don't want to discount that either. Yeah.
Very, very quickly. First of all, on the observation that we discussed, well, it's the session about the transatlantic relationship. There is another session on the other parts of the world, but since you mention it, without prejudice to what our colleagues will say in a few hours, in my view, if the Europeans have the smallest intelligence, they will not get involved in Latin America. Latin America is not a subject for the transatlantic relationship. It is covered exclusively by the Monroe Doctrine. And any person with any sanity in one's mind will not provoke the Americans. It's beyond our reach from Europe. In my view, sorry, I don't want to prejudice you. On the other hand, regarding the points that our colleagues made about Ukraine and Georgia, I said that I was going to be a bit realistic, perhaps cynical and provocative. I do not dispute the bravery of the Ukrainian people and the Georgian people who have sustained these kinds of attacks. Please let me remind you that my country, Greece, feels that what Russia does is fundamentally against its interests and has given full support. But as an analyst, discussing a military problem, I'm afraid that I had to make clear what I think. I don't think that there is a military victory among the options. I think that what Russia will achieve will be to lose the support and the love of a brother nation, the Ukrainians. I know that I was harsh. I'm sorry, but this is how I see things. As for Russian isolation, okay, of course, I mean, the West will do many things, but Russia, I'm afraid, dear friend, is not fully isolated, even on the Ukrainian crisis, because the rest of the world does not care. And this is a realistic observation. It's not my preference. So I think that we have already covered our allocated time. So I'm sorry I did not give the opportunity to other colleagues to make their questions. So I would encourage them to do it during the interval. Thank you so much.
someone with a charisma.
I was from 2010 to 2015. I was hired by Morelli himself, and then he left because of his
Δεν μπόρεσα να μην μόνο να κάνουμε κάτι έτσι. Αυτό ζητάμε, αλλά η πιθανότητα να πάνε Λουξεμβούργοι οι πεζοναύτες για να απελευθερώσουν την Ουκρανία τους βρίσκονται κρίκο. Οι Λουξεμβούργοι ούτε θέλουν ούτε για την χώρα τους. Thank you so much.
Ήταν πολύ καλό. Αυτό ήταν
Anyway, that's what I was.
Very nice to meet you.
και αυτό είναι από τους Ευρώπης. Πολιτική είναι από τους Ευρώπης. Δεν μπορούσαμε εκεί.
It was wonderful to meet you in Germany. It was almost nothing, and the Russian, nobody says you're absolutely right. I know you also.
Okay, you're based in France. Oh,
I already, when I check, I don't think
but you're a Greek from the
other, like the Baltic
So are you living in Athens? What are you doing? So you are visiting from Tbilisi? Terrific. You did your studies here? Bravo. Bravo. Eviasin.
I'm here for the book for lunch.
Yes, I came in 2011. But I'm indeed American, not a Greek American. No, we're all the same, but slightly different.
You are not Greek American?
No.
Okay. I visited last year.
Did I call him now?
Yeah, oh, you did. What was your impression?
Well, I liked it a lot. Nevertheless, I felt like a real difference in continental culture, maybe. Some type of different approaches, probably.
Oh, the height is the most obvious thing.
Yeah, of course, and completely different. Even the signs and so huge cars and so on. But overall, it was very nice. I enjoyed it a lot.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for your time up there and your remarks. Very nice to meet you. Thank you, President Koskas.
6944. 24.
I have it. No, here it is.
Yeah, 24, 37, 34.
This is mobile.
Okay.
I'll call him shortly.
Okay.
Let's have a cup of coffee. Cafe?
See you later.
Are you leaving?
I have to go to the Parliament Foundation.
Ah, okay.
Because from the moment that the session started, I received 2 phone calls from the President of the Parliament office and another 2 phone calls from my people in the It always happens when the session starts.
Good luck with that. Ciao, Evantis.
Well, see you later.
No.
If I don't see you, well, we'll meet again. Okay.
Keep up with the interesting ideas. Allora, come
portrait. Portrait. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Check if it's good enough.
Thank you very much.
It's from far away.
At a distance.
Okay.
One at a time. You first, and then me. Both of us.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, one both. And then one, sorry.
One with both, and then one with me. And then one last one. And then you can take it. Yeah. Thank you. Portrait. Mm. We need to get you some high heels. Już?
να βάλω μια παρουσίαση εδώ, αυτό απλά.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are already late. We would like to start. This is our last and fourth keynote speech given by the world-famous Ruth Wodak. She will speak about coping with crises, fear, and uncertainty, analyzing appeals to normality and common sense. A wonderful title, Ruth. Ruth Wodak, as I already said, is a world-renowned scholar. She is Emerita Distinguished Professor of Discourse Studies at Lancaster University, UK, a very good university for those who don't know this. She is also affiliated still to the University of Vienna in Austria. Besides various other prizes, she was awarded the Wittgenstein Prize for Elite Researchers already in 1996, an honorary doctorate from the University of Örebro in Sweden, and an honorary doctorate from Warwick University in the UK. She is past president of the Societas Linguistica Europea, and she was awarded the Grand Decoration of Honor in silver for services to the Republic of Austria, and also the Lebenswerk Prize for her lifetime achievement. That's the English translation for Lebenswerk, from the Austrian Ministry for Women's Affairs. She is a member of the British Academy of Social Sciences and a member of the Academia Europea. Ruth has held various professorships at the University of Uppsala, Stanford University, University of Minnesota, University of East Anglia, and Georgetown University. In other words, she is a very important person. Her research interests focus on discourse studies, gender studies, identity politics, and the politics of the past, political communication, and of course, populism, prejudice as well, and discrimination, and on ethnographic methods of linguistic fieldwork. She is also known for her work on critical discourse analysis, where she is one of the, basically the founding members of this line of research. The recent books by Ruth include Identity Politics, Past and Present, Political Discourses from Post-War Austria to the COVID crisis, The Politics of Fear, the Shameless Normalization of Far-Right populist discourses, and Sociolinguistic Perspectives on Migration Control. There are various other books, many books, in fact, on my list, which I don't want to read out here because it reduces the time for Ruth. Would you please welcome this distinguished scholar with a warm round of applause? You have the floor, my dear.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your very nice introduction. You didn't say that we know each other for a long time.
I should have said my good friend.
Yes.
For decades.
You forgot to say that we're very good friends.
Yes.
And in that sense, I appreciate your introduction even more. And I hope that this will now work.
There's something on the screen already.
Yeah, but
it's too small.
not this what I want to be. Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
You just hit enter. If you want to change slides, you just hit enter.
Enter, not here, just.
Oh, yeah.
Well, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming after lunch. I know that everybody would probably prefer to have a little siesta, but maybe you can do this afterwards. And I'm also very grateful to be invited, Professor Kostas, Juliane, and of course Themis. And I would like to take this opportunity as the last keynote and plenary speaker to thank the organizing committee, and would like to ask you all for a round of applause. This is a wonderful conference, and it has been organized with so much care, and we have been flown in and will fly out and are fed and get coffee, and everything is wonderful. So thank you very much, all of you who are involved in making us happy here and enjoying this conference. So what I want to do today is actually talk about my ongoing work. Juliane has already said that I do a lot of research, actually since quite a lot of years, on far-right populism. And I thought, you know, maybe at one time it wouldn't be important anymore to do this research, but unfortunately it is still important and is becoming even more important. We cannot stop, although sometimes I do think, why are we doing this? Because it doesn't seem to have an effect, but maybe it does have some effect for some people. What I want to, or to fight it back if stopping it is beyond our power. So what Baumann claims in this actually really seminal book is that uncertainty causes fear, and that it is very difficult to cope with this fear, and that there exist different strategies how to cope with uncertainty. And the second quote by Reinhard Koselleck goes, "It is in the nature of a crisis that a decision is due but not yet taken. The general uncertainty in a critical situation is thus pervaded by the certainty that uncertain when, but certain, uncertain how, but certain, an end to the critical state is imminent." So we never know when a crisis will end, but it will end. So that is basically what Koselleck says. However, we are currently, and that was already said quite a few times in this conference, we are confronted with what Adam Tooze, an economic historian, calls the polycrisis, and his label has been now used all over the place. Actually, it was Juncker, the former president of the Commission, who first used the term polycrisis. And it means that we are confronted with so many crises at once, but they do not add up. They actually create qualitatively something different. So not all the crises which we're currently experiencing, like the energy crisis, the Ukraine crisis, the Middle East crisis, the cost of living crisis, the pandemic, and climate crisis, and so forth and so on. It's not just the addition of these crises, it is a qualitatively bigger crisis. And here you see nicely, I will not be able to go into all these sub-crises and so forth, an attempt to just display how they all influence each other. So we have on the right side, or on the left from where you sit, we still have Omicron, you have China, then you have a pressure on Russia. At the same time, we have the Russia-Ukrainian war, and at the same time, we have refugees coming to Europe, and so forth. So all of this is the simultaneity of different influences, which of course have an enormous effect on the way we perceive the world and cause uncertainty. So if we continue and ask ourselves what are the implications of crises, I refer here to recent work by Wilhelm Heidmayer, a German sociologist who has done extraordinarily interesting work on crisis and authoritarianism. And Wilhelm Heidmayer claims that the fear of loss of control seems to be one of the constitutive elements which are caused by crisis and which then also lead to the hope or to the search for personas, protagonists who might show us the way to go. So we know that from Brexit, and I think Michael mentioned that already yesterday. You remember the various utterances from Boris Johnson and Nigel Farage that we've lost control and we have to get our country back. But this is not just a British unique kind of experience. The fear of loss of control is ubiquitous. Yeah? It is both subjective and collective. Yeah? So we fear to lose control of ourselves, of our home, of our families, especially where there's war or climate crisis or starvation and hunger. But we also fear globally the effect of losing control in wars for whole societies. And another fear which is mentioned is the loss of ambiguity tolerance. Now that sounds difficult, but is not difficult. It just means it's very difficult to maintain and kind of experience uncertainty. Yeah? It's difficult to just maintain this situation of uncertainty, and what happens is that most of us actually try to overcome this uncertainty, to find some kind of anchor to hold on. And as Bauman says, this anchor can be religion, where people might find safety. It can be money, it can be fame, it can be family, it can be all kinds of different anchors which are important for us. And in this way, this ambiguity is difficult to maintain, but our lives are full of ambiguity. It's not just dissonance, not just contrast and contradiction, it's this uncertainty which we experience. So I try to find out more about uncertainty and insecurity because they are so important for experiencing fear and coping with crisis. And various social psychologists, but also cultural theorists have been working on uncertainty. I would like to mention especially a paper by Agius et al. 2020, but also Astra Taylor, who wrote a book now about uncertainty and insecurity and why it is so difficult to cope with this kind of situation. And specifically, the literature calls for three kinds of insecurities. Existential insecurity, this we cannot manage. Yeah, this is catastrophes of nature, the pandemic, yeah, something which basically is not predictable or difficult to predict and which happens and which we really cannot control. The second, what Taylor mentions, and she also wrote an interesting essay in the New York Times which I recommend reading, is manufactured insecurity, or uncertainty, and that is what business is doing with us. Yeah, so we feel insecure in the dresses made 2 years ago, so we need to buy new dresses. Yeah, or we feel insecure not having the newest television or whatever kind of machine we need at home. So basically, this is created feelings of insecurity and uncertainty which make us buy, and basically in this way participate in the economy, in the capitalist economy. And the third kind of insecurity or security is what the sociopsychologists mention, and that is the security of being, the ontological security, which is more than the existential, because we can't predict them, but it is what we ourselves can do to deal with anxieties and dangers, which all of us have subjectively, again, or collectively. Now, if all of this comes together, as we have experienced, for example, in the pandemic, or now with the enormous rainfalls last week in Central Europe, where we had huge amounts of water and destroyed parts of the countryside, what we have to learn is to somehow deal with the situation that a lot of insecurities and uncertainties are unpredictable, that they're caused by crises, and that we have to kind of balance, yeah, and with these ambiguities, and it won't be solved immediately. And there is no one person who can solve it and no one way to solve it. But this is difficult to accept. And in that way, this can be instrumentalized, what I call, with the politics of fear, and you kindly mentioned my book, where I analyze a lot of data and show how certain far-right populists stage themselves as saviors in times of crises, and claim that they are the authentic voice of the people, and that they are able to promote and propagate hope. So first, fear is instrumentalized, then there is this performance as a savior of the people, and this savior can then also claim to give hope. So, for example, Trump performs as the savior of the American people, making it great again, and giving the hope that the problems will be solved. How will they be solved? Scapegoating is useful in this situation, and usually immigrants, refugees, migrants, illegal migrants, bogus asylum seekers, and so forth are created and labeled as scapegoats and as the cause of all these terrible things which are happening to us. So that leads to a lot of conspiracy narratives. What is causing all these crises? We know the Chinese virus, or you will remember all the various conspiracy theories or narratives, Gates, Rothschild, you name it, and even creating states of emergency like Orban did in Hungary, and then suddenly we have this authoritarian regime which is taking care and protecting the people. So the procedure and the mechanism is quite easily, I find, deconstructed. It is also not a very complex mechanism, and it serves people well in ever new situations of crisis. So just to give you a brief insight into what the reasons for fear are from a recent European Union survey, you would think that the biggest cause of fear would possibly be climate, but it's not climate. it's the cost of living. Then we get the international situation, that means the various wars, and only then do we get immigration. But the far-right parties highlight immigration and back sort of the other causes of fear are sort of put into the backstage or are not discussed that much, because that would actually mean that there should be some solutions to problems like cost of living or similar. So if now, having discussed this kind of sociopolitical context, I would like to pose the following questions when we come to the issue of common sense. Why is common sense so important? Why has it become one of those tropes which we hear constantly? And what is normal, and how do normality and common sense play together? And thirdly, what is the political center? Who defines the middle ground? And if we look at the German debate, but also the Austrian debate, all the parties are currently claiming that they are the center. And so it's interesting to see how that plays out and what the arguments and legitimation strategies are. So I could just tell you what people who do caricatures think. So if common sense actually made sense, then most people wouldn't make the kinds of ill-advised decisions that they do every day. So it's common sense that we shouldn't buy stuff which we can't afford. It's also common sense that we shouldn't smoke or eat junk food, and a lot of stuff is common sense, but people do all that stuff. So the question is, how do you define that common sense? And who owns that common sense? So I went back to the history of common sense, and there is a long history, and I won't bore you with the long history, but we could go back to Aristotle, and we could go to Cicero, as we say in German, but I think in English you say Cicero, is that right? With the CC, I don't know. Anyway, but if we start with Thomas Paine and his manifesto of common sense, I think that's quite a good point of where we can start. And most of you will know that this manifesto was enormously important for establishing the American democracy and for the start of the war between the American sort of army and the British. Because Thomas Paine said, and this is just one of many quotes, that it is common sense that one should not be dominated or governed just by having inherited that power. Yeah? And there should be the will of the people, which is much more important, and that manifesto became enormously important in the 18th century. If we look to other really important philosophers, Kant, Descartes, everybody has written about common sense, and there are basically two important meanings. One is that since the Age of Enlightenment, the term common sense has been used for rhetorical effect, and in two ways, one approvingly and one disapprovingly. That means it has been a standard for good taste, and that's also what Kant talks about, and the source of scientific and logical axiom, but it has also been equated to conventional wisdom, vulgar prejudice, and superstition. And maybe it is not by coincidence that now, in times of crisis, we find sort of a trajectory to these kinds of conventional wisdoms, to some hopes and superstition to cope with this enormous polycrisis and the uncertainty. There's an excellent book by Sophia Rosenfeld from Harvard University, who writes a conceptual history of the term common sense, really starting with Aristotle up to nowadays. And she defines it as these plain, self-evident truths accorded so well with the basic common sense intellectual capacities and experiences of the whole social body. So basically it means we all know what this common sense is. It somehow relates to some kind of knowledge, which we all have, epistemic knowledge. Michael would maybe say some kind of proxies, which doesn't have to be spelled out, which we can insinuate or point to, and everybody who belongs to this epistemic community knows. But people who don't belong to that don't know. Yeah? And Gramsci wrote about senso comune and confronted it with buon senso. So on the one hand, it is a proof of anything is a nonsense, but on the other hand, buon senso is positive and means unitary and coherent. So we have these different meanings of the term. Also Kant has two terms, yeah, Gemeinschaftssinn und Gemeinsamkeit, yeah. But in English, it's mostly common sense. So it's interesting now to ask what it means if you appeal to common sense, as these politicians do, when they claim they're doing everything to cope with these crises, and it's common sense to do the following. And as we know from various argumentation theorists, for example, Douglas Walton, we know that this is fallacious because I get some water, but I have a glass. Thank you very much. Because it means that I, the speaker, claim that I have the common background with members of this audience. This is why you should accept what I say. Yeah? And I don't have to spell it out, I just claim, yeah, this is common sense budget, common sense ways to deal with the climate crisis, common sense politics, and I will show you many examples of how that works. And the same is true for the appeal to normality or to the normal. So where we have another actually normative dimension as well, because it's not only the accepted standards or that it is simply common, it is also good. So what is normal is also considered as the right thing and the good thing. So if we appeal to common sense and the normal, that means we're appealing to things which everybody accepts and which are the right and good stuff. So politicians will now contest and debate about what the normal and the right thing is. Just to give you another insight of a recent study by Greg Newt and Alexandra Scopelliti from 2023, they analyzed over 4,000 tweets from 4 countries, UK, France, Italy, and the US, and looked at the use of common sense. And as you can see here, and I think one can see the colors quite well, the conservative parties, which are blue, and the nationalists and radical parties, which are on the top, some kind of gray-violet, yeah, they use these terms the most, whereas the ecological parties and the social democratic parties use it the least. Yeah? So we would have to look at sort of the quotes which they have analyzed, the tweets, but they say that common sense framings in all case studies included a strictly racialized and securitized notion of the nation state as common sense, with a clear exclusionary politics against immigration and a racialized other. This emphasized closed borders and opposition to multiculturalism as common sense. So now we finally get one kind of content of what this common sense is, at least in these 4 countries and in the social media and only in tweets. Yeah? So it's a very focused study, but what we see is that the common sense means closing borders. Yeah? Closing borders and not wanting multiculturalism, diversity, etc. anymore. Everybody wants this. Those parties claim that they voice what everybody wants, and everybody just sees as common sense. Yeah? You don't even have to explain it. So just to give you a notion of all these parties and what exists globally right now, if you look at the right, you see that already 2019, we have Jörg Meuthen, Matteo Salvini, and Anders Vistesen already forming a platform towards a common sense Europe. Peoples rise up. Yeah? So, of course, their content was already this kind of exclusionary politics. We have the manifesto for Germany from the AfD. I know you don't like that, Juliane, me neither. As the party of good common sense. We count on the sound judgment and willingness of qualified citizens to step up and take responsibility. Just look at the number of positive flag words and attributes condensed in this one sentence, how good it is to be the party of good common sense. This is Petr Hanik. He's the leader of the Czech Party of Common Sense, a party which doesn't have many followers, but is a far-right party. And he himself is an actor, author, and politician. Now, Donald Trump says, I'm a man of common sense. He said that already in March 2024. He said, the revenge is going to be success. We're going to turn our country around. We're going to bring sense and common sense. You know, people say you're conservative. I'm not conservative. So we have a new meaning. You know what I am? I'm a man of common sense. And a lot of conservative policies are common sense. So now we know it's not just closing borders, it's conservative policies, and those would have to be defined. Anyway, we're not going to have open borders. So this kind of definition is very clear. But also, as I already introduced, Matteo Salvini had an entire election campaign with common sense. So all these posters in the same way. I can't pronounce this well in Italian, but it's buon senso, and one should vote for the Lega. And in this time, he defines common sense as to change from houses occupied by illegal immigrants to council houses for Italians. So again, exclusionary politics. And to tell you, which I really didn't know, but just found by searching, the Tory government in Great Britain had a minister of common sense. And that was Esther McVey. She basically was supposed to lead a war against wokeness. Yeah, so that was now culture war. Yeah, and looking at her ministry, I really was reminded of the Ministry of Silly Walks. I don't know who of you knows that. One of the most famous films, sketches I've ever seen, Monty Python, for those who don't know, I suggest you look at it. But just the idea of having a minister for common sense was very striking. But also Marine Le Pen is a mother without extravagance and with common sense. And the Canadians, where Pierre Poilievre is now fighting Trudeau at the next elections, claims that Canadians will have only two options: a common sense conservative government that frees hard-working people to earn powerful paychecks, that buy affordable food, gas, and homes in safe neighborhoods. So now you already know what this is about. It's not just closing borders and conservative, it's hardworking. They should have enough money, they should buy enough food, and it should be affordable, and securitization. Yeah, so we are coming closer to the definition. Now, I just want to lead you briefly, and I do still have some time, as I see. No, no, it's not enough. 10. Good. Talk. So in this case study, as I already said, I looked at this debate in last summer. I defined this as a discourse strand. This is a notion which Sigi Jäger established, and which means that we have a debate with a beginning and an end. And the beginning and end are defined from outside. Yeah, it's not kind of my subjective decision, then I start collecting data on this day and stop on that day. It's sort of a debate, a thread, or a discourse strand, which is opened sort of from outside by, in this case, a op-ed, and which stops with a scandal. Yeah?
27th September.
Ah, look, no, but that was a year ago. Anniversary. We looked at a lot of national broadsheets with keywords, and I'm not going to go now into the entire methodology. I just want you to know that it was a mixture of quantitative and qualitative methods, and I focused specifically on the appeal to normality fallacy and the fallacy of common sense and the legitimation strategies, how this was argued in various genres. To just show you briefly the chronology of this interesting debate, which kind of had the hegemony on the media as long as this summer proceeded, it started on the 1st of May with 2023 with the leader of the extreme right Austrian Freedom Party, Herbert Kickl, giving a polemical speech and defining normal and the politics with common sense. Then, as a response to that, on the 3rd of July, the regional governor from the Austrian People's Party, the Conservative Party, publishes an opinion piece in the liberal broadsheet, Der Standard, and she defines what normal thinking people do, especially accusing wokeness. Yeah, so the culture war started. Then the Austrian president replies on the 18th of July and critiques populist rhetoric from the left and the right. Then the chancellor replies to the president, Then Mr. Kickel again explains what normal means. And finally, we come to the scandal where a video was leaked in a backstage event. And I will now show you just some of these utterances. So this is Herbert Kickl. He's the leader of the Austrian Freedom Party, which might win this Sunday in the Austrian national election. And you just see one of his posters about criminal asylum seekers, and it's also against the rainbow flag and against everything which is LGBTQ and so forth. I cannot go into his whole program, but whatever it says, the FPÖ is not extreme, but normal. Yeah? And in his speech on the 1st of May, and he always gives, the leader of the Austrian Freedom Party always gives big speeches on the 1st of May, he says, "Dear friends, in a different wind will blow in this country, the wind of change. And for you it will be a wind of justice." He goes on and says, "It's high time for a turn towards normality and common sense. It is high time for a total turn towards one's own people, away from the elites here, and for a total turn away from the self-appointed elites. Let no one tell you that you are the fringe of society. No," he continues, "they are the center, and they are also the majority." So that was this big speech. And then Johanna Mikl-Leitner, who's the governor of a big region in Austria in a coalition with the extreme right, replies and now starts this conflict. And she says, inter alia, "For the normal thinking center of society, such a question is not a priority. Wokeness, gender identities, gender-specific behavior, and all of that. Common sense sometimes seems to have been abolished in these kind of endeavors. The normal thinking majority in the center feels less and less heard. And so now her followers, the followers of the conservatives, are A, normal thinking, B, majority, and in the center." So that's the second party now claiming the same kind of location and positions. She says the radicals dominate the public discourse, and that's exactly why it's important to take a clear stance for the normal thinking center of our society. So in that way, she has now positioned the mainstream conservative party in direct confrontation with the extreme right, with the same kind of labels. But that doesn't stop here, because now the chancellor, who's from the People's Party, Karl Nehammer, replies to the president, who says one shouldn't be populist and use words like normal. And now he really takes the topos of definition and defines clearly who is normal and who's not normal. It's a video which is launched on official television and, of course, in all social media. And he says, "I'll tell you who isn't normal. Left-wing extremists and right-wing extremists, climate activists, so they're put on the same level as terrorists, yeah? Identitarians, so that's the far-right party, Islamist hate preachers, vandals, and other extremists." So everybody who's extreme in his view isn't normal. Yeah, so that also means, as I've tried to explain, they're bad, yeah, because normal means good. And then he continues, "It is fine if someone decides to ride their bike to work, but we should stop making drivers feel guilty, especially because many people rely on cars. And it's also okay if someone decides to live a vegan life, But it also has to be okay if others like to eat schnitzel. So, you know, kind of trying to find a consensus. It's okay if you are a climate activist and ride your bike, but you shouldn't be against cars, and you can be vegan, but you should also be able to eat meat. And finally, he utters a threat and says, we won't let a few people simply ban our words. And what I also don't find normal is that you're criticized for standing up for the normal, for the many, for the majority. And that takes the same line and the same phrases, yeah, as we've heard before. Well, then comes Mr. Kickel again. And you see this happening all in this 2 months. For me, normality is the summary of a state of security, familiarity, of having a clear orientation of common sense. So for him, he stays on this, his definition and on the and defining the middle ground, and he says it's where you feel at home. So now immigration is linked to feeling at home. You're threatened when those people come. You need to have the common sense solution of closing the borders so that you have clear orientation and you feel protected and at home. Now, what happened if we look at this defining the common sense society, as I call it, in the new normal, the retrotopia of what the Freedom Party and the People's Party are trying to establish, this is what is now already official in coalition agreements. So it's not just like a vision or an imaginary. This is on paper and is being implemented. German only in schools, even in school breaks, yeah, where kids with at least 10 different languages, they are only allowed to speak German in the breaks. Subsidizing restaurants which serve Austrian food, but not pizzeria or something like that, only Wiener Schnitzel, yeah? And, you know, Knödel and the same. Against gender-adequate language and language behavior, so here you have the culture war established, subsidizing, and that now is really directed against press freedom, subsidizing only non-critical media, and the others, well, just have to see how it goes, yeah? Against LGBTQ+, and against abortion, closing borders to illegal migrants and creating alliances with Orban and Vučić, so Hungary and Serbia. Austrian citizens with migrant background, religious and other minorities, are not regarded as Austrians anymore. They are not real Austrians. And the term remigration, which caused an uproar in Germany, doesn't matter in Austria. You know, it's just anything goes. And there are fantasies of deporting people who are not real Austrians, or even if they have citizenship. I mean, that is obviously not constitutional. Punishing climate activists who are labeled as terrorists. Then something which I find particularly strange and retrotopia, bonus for mothers staying at home. So if you have children, you get a bonus for taking care of the children at home. Yeah, restricting conditions for citizenship, and all of it is covered and cloaked with neoliberal economic policies. So forget it that the far-right populists are for the small woman and the small man. They are absolutely endorsing the same policies as the conservative mainstream. All of this is propagated via all kinds of well-known media strategies, coming to the end, and apart from the fallacies and apart from the appeals to common sense and emotions, and we're now talking about a very strong appeal to emotions, we have a strategy which Douglas Walton labels as orchestration, which I find really interesting. That means on all available channels, traditional media, state media, social media, print, image, whatever, the same message is disseminated. Yeah? And that's what we know from totalitarian systems. Yeah? It's like an orchestra, yeah, which is playing on this partitur with all instruments, and that is what's happening. So coming to the end, I still have 2 slides. Yeah? When we look at the election happening now on Sunday, and this is one of the typical debates which we had on the 23rd between Mr. Kickl and Mr. Nehammer, sort of the conservative right and the far right. Nehammer said we need a budget with common sense and a sense of proportion, and also climate policies with common sense. So what we all agree on, what we know, so not what the climate terrorists want. Yeah? And Mr. Kickl says we want an asylum stop, migration policies with common sense. And we want a fortress Austria in a fortress Europe. Now, I could say a lot about also the use of words here, because Festung Europa is a Nazi term. Mr. Kickl labels himself as the Chancellor of the People, but in German this is Volkskanzler, and that is also a Nazi term, because Hitler labeled himself as Volkskanzler, but in Austria it doesn't seem to matter. And, you know, we point out these things, but so. And what I just want to leave you with is an interesting idea, so again, not to be depressed totally at the end of all our lectures, is there is a possibility of a discursive reframing of the endoxa, yeah, of this epistemic knowledge. And Deva Woodley has done a study in the States about the politics of common sense, where she studied 2 progressive grassroots movements, the movement for a living wage and the movement for marriage equality. And it showed that when you reframe those arguments, these common sense arguments, you might win. Yeah, you might actually achieve in changing the contents of the common sense, yeah, of this epistemic knowledge, not just superficial wording. And in the case of the living wage movement, that was achieved with a reframing in the sense that hard work should be rewarded. No, nobody can be against that. Yeah? And the same was true in the second case with marriage equality. The marriage is about true love and creating family ties. Also, conservatives couldn't say that is not okay. Yeah, it's normal. Yeah, good. So those 2 social movements were successful. And this is what she proposes. It's not just an alternative policy, it's actually really reframing not only on the word level, like Lakoff did, and other spin doctors, but it's about the reframing of the knowledge, yeah? Which is, of course, much more difficult. So to sum up, the appeals to common sense, the normal resentment, anti-intellectualism, all mean that it, A, is fallacious, B, a shift to a politics of emotions where you don't have to explain anything anymore, you just insinuate, and where you don't need evidence. I've called that the arrogance of ignorance, and I think that still fits, because this is what we experienced during the pandemic as well. We don't need experts. Yeah, we all know what it is. So the consequences, I think we should be aware of the consequences of what it means to live in a common sense society and to have common sense as the mechanism to cope with crises. It is almost impossible to discuss as a problem anything that is considered as politically normal, because it is also a given that it is good. So you would have to change the values. That is very difficult. In times of insecurity and uncertainty, there is a social need for harmony, as social psychologists tell you, and it's difficult to cope with even more conflict because we already have all this fear and conflict. And the political public tends to adapt the new normality rather than rebel against it, because it lends itself as an anchor, and it puts an end to this ambiguity, which is very difficult to sustain. In this way, normality is essentialized as the good, and I also refer to the Tina argument, as did Vivian yesterday, meaning there is no alternative. So once we essentialize this, common sense and the normal become constitutive for our societies. And I would like to end here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ruth, for a very insightful and very rich lecture. We have now about 10 minutes for questions. And if you asked, and when you asked your question, would you be brief and actually phrase what you're going to say as a question and not as a second lecture, right? The gentleman at the back, who will soon appear also, did you ask a question, or are you just having a little exercise? No. Okay. Yeah, please. Okay. And then we have...
Thank you. Thank you for the very insightful talk.
Yeah.
I have a simple question. What is the boundary between common sense and scientific knowledge? How this boundary allows knowledge to permeate, and what is in the common knowledge that comes from science today? How big is the gap?
Well, the gap is huge because, of course, we can have everyday evidence, but if you do a scientific study of whatever kind, qualitative, quantitative, case study, huge corpus, you will need evidence and you will need to substantiate your assumptions with that kind of evidence.
No.
What the common sense kind of politics of emotion wants to do is to really appeal to your emotions that intuitively we all know. We don't have to spell it out. This is what this is about. And in that way, we have no sense of evidence. We don't even have to share evidence. So it could be fantasy, it could be just a feeling. You just know what is right. And in that way, it's both from the methods as well as the results. It's completely opposed, those two, to each other.
Okay. Now we have a question from the lady from Ukraine and Slovenia. Go ahead. But please be brief, if I may.
I'll be brief, and it's
you.
not a question about Ukraine.
No.
We live in not just in the world of individual concepts, but rather networks. Have you seen in your research any cross-fertilization or relations between common sense on the one hand and real politics, or maybe pragmatic, being pragmatic, that would be used possibly to normalize a rather right discourse? Thanks.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Very brief.
Yeah. Absolutely, as the examples from the Austrian debate show, but the same is true. The AfD in Germany also has a poster, AfD aber normal. Yeah?
Genau.
And as I showed you, this is immediately also a claim in the program, and it is then implemented. And what I wanted to show you with this list of bullet points of what is actually happening right now in Lower Austria, which is the biggest region in Austria. These policies are being implemented right now. They are part of a coalition agreement, so they have really proceeded from kind of appeals to programmatic, to propaganda, to implementation as policies. So we have the entire trajectory, and they are frequently labeled as efficient and pragmatic. Yeah? So there are these, we have to be efficient. This is why we have a budget with common sense, which means stop the debate. Yeah? We don't want any other opinions. So we have this efficient budget, and it makes sense, yeah, common sense, and that's the end of the debate. And in that way, efficiency and pragmatism are used also as legitimation for such common sense decisions.
Michal?
Thank you so much, Ruth. This is really fantastic. I mean, we worked on crisis and new normal together as well, so it goes much deeper, but I think it also shows us a huge complexity in trying to deal with this. I'm kind of thinking proxy is probably not, I mean, I don't know this still, yeah, so probably I'll go on thinking and talking to you also about it. I think it's a conceptual flip side what you're showing still, but it's very interesting because it's a particularly wicked type of flip side, because what is flip-sided is a concept which is not really well defined. We all feel we know it, but we don't know it. There is no definition of common sense in that sense, yeah? So I mean, that's one thing. Another thing is also that this is very much a construction of an imaginary, therefore, yeah? And that probably then will mean that this is a form of so-called pre-legitimation, yeah? Where basically imaginary is used to legitimize future action, self-positioning, yeah? Rather than to actually speak in some sort of post-factual or any other way. This probably needs to be solved, but what in any case I think it is, and what I think it's really brilliant, is that you're showing a processes, probably you're showing a normalization 3.0 in a certain sense. Because what you're showing is not only that, in a sense, discourse is produced to unleash the chain, the discursive shift, or whatever we want to call it, but actually it's a bit of a self-normalization. Yeah, so it's like, it's I don't know, meta-normalization in a certain way, yeah, because you define normality and yourself as the standard bearer of that normality, yeah? But that's interesting because that means, for example, your radicalism cannot be thematized anymore because you said, I'm the normal, I'm in the middle, I'm the people, yeah? So in a sense, it's a meta-normalization logic, and I think that's a 3.0 in lots of ways.
Yeah, you're quite right, and what really refers to that is that Mr. Kickel, and obviously we're now all focused on this guy because we're all afraid that he might be the next Chancellor of Austria, starting from Monday.
Schrecklich.
Yeah.
Terrible.
That he himself was accused of being extreme right and of having relationships with the Identitarians party. So he said, well, that's not a problem. The Identitarians are a very nice NGO. And if you label me as extreme right, I see this as a really wonderful celebration and decoration. I'm not ashamed of it, I'm proud of it. Yeah? So in that way, it has been absolute flip-sided or flip-flopped as something which is good and deserves to be in the open. And I think you want it,
sorry, Ruth, there's one last question, the gentleman here, I'm pointing you. Zohar will talk to you later. I've already cut him short. Huh? Last, very brief question. We're madly over time. Good.
Thank you very much indeed for this nuanced talk. I really enjoyed it. So the question is, this appeal, common sense appeal, could we trace it in proto-fascist texts? I mean, is this a moment of return to the 30s, let's say?
I believe it could be. I cannot tell you because I haven't done it, but it would make sense to look in the 30s in those texts if this premonition is there with these appeals to, especially in German, gesunder Hausverstand and similar notions. But I cannot say. It would be total speculation.
Okay, thank you very much once again, Ruth and the audience, for the questions. Don't leave now. We now have, and I call to Andres Leon Baldelli, if I pronounce it correctly, and Gabriela Dyson for an interactive session with the audience, which is something new. We're very, very pleased to have this on the program. Everybody, why do you leave? Stay.
You stay.
Shall I stay and
Yes,
limit you?
Absolutely.
Okay. Semis, they're wanting to stay. There is no coffee.
Before we begin, I'd like to invite everyone to bring your devices, maybe a smartphone or a tablet or even a laptop. If you can just mobilize your electronic devices, not a smartwatch, that will not be effective. Thank you. Should I just say that? So, following on from my comment, you are being distributed a slip of paper with a QR code, which we invite you to scan. There's alternatively a URL that you can complete on your browser, which can enable you to access the platform that we'd like to present to you, a sneak peek or a short presentation.
Thank you, Gabrielle. Thanks to the chairwoman, chair. Thanks to the organizers. Thanks, Themis.
Just a quick note.
Just a quick note.
The URL app/plenary.
Yes. Yes.
Sorry, little. If you're using
It's
the
in the
URL,
paper.
it says it doesn't have
It's
the
fine.
plenary. Okay. They don't have the plenary.
So take a moment to jump on this website. This will be a very short session, and then everybody is welcome to have a coffee. Take a moment, click on the small devices, breathe in. I see perplexed eyes looking at the big screen. So again, thank you, Themis, for the great flexibility and openness and welcoming that we have had in this conference. We come as a group, as a collective, which takes name from Athena. And let's see why. Until not so long ago, it was practically impossible to conceive that the planets did not live in glass cases revolving around planet Earth. And it implied a massive shaking of imagination when somebody pointed out that it's actually not necessarily so. Similarly, today it may seem impossible to overcome all these crises that so deeply seem to be entangled. So our transformative proposition is to engage, inviting all members of society in acting consciously a paradigm shift, a bifurcation from a deeply engraved trend that looks faulting or looks missing the needs of the many. So, the Athena Collective is a group of 17, diverse in perspectives, outlooks. We span from artists, plastic artists, music artists, thinkers, scholars. My contribution comes from the so-called hard sciences, mechanics and mathematics, but also the economies are represented and the environmental studies. This is our chance to bounce on yesterday's reflections of Mihal's about shifts. Instead of seeing them from the outside, this is a proposition to conceive them and act them from the inside. So we argue that to do this, the first thing we need is human connection. And this is the necessary first step to involve smooth, fun, and practically efficient decisions taken together. So our experiment of 17 points of view meeting is in fact a success testimony in a way. So we bring to you what we think is most interesting for us to do, which is to receive your voice with a digital platform that we coded for you for this session. Let's see. So you see it on the right hand side of the screen and probably on your small device. And this is the invitation to gather ideas and actually bounce on one question that was posed yesterday by the keynote speaker, Vivian Schmidt. Sorry. So I leave the floor to Gabriel to say a few words on this platform, how to step in, how to open it, how to make a key, and I move it, I scroll from here as if I was a new coming user, like our audience in front.
Perfect, thank you, Andres. So my name is Gabrielle Dyson, and I'm part of the Athena Collective. So if you have managed to flash the QR code and open the app on your phone, I invite you to click on the red text, I am new, just underneath the date, and fill in the captcha to receive an access key. If you were unable to use the QR code, you can type in the URL, followed by, on the URL, the word plenary, okay, because the URL on the paper, I think, does not have the word plenary, but you have to add the word plenary. Okay, then you will find yourself on this page and receive that's the URL. Thank you very much, Andres. URL being a unique
resource locator.
Thank you very much, Andres. Okay, with the technical person. So Andres has filled out the captcha on the screen in front of, on the main screen, and you can see there's a key. There is an access key. Everyone receives their unique access key. This is real cryptography, so you see this has been developed by mathematicians. And when you have your access key, you can scroll up on the screen, copy it, and click on I am returning, and then fill the access key into that. It is a little complicated. I'm so sorry. If you need help, please raise your hand because we have
Yes, Brit, Megan, and Alessandra are very happy to support the technical glitches of the small displays.
Please
We have
assist the
agents in the room, so if you have some issues,
Yes.
please raise your hand.
We are working on making this usable for all users.
Are the agents
and more
exactly
accessible.
located? They should
young-
identify themselves, the agents,
woman
whoever they
in
are.
with a green,
raise their
green-
hands.
Agents, raise your hands, please.
They should be central and not at the back, the agents,
we have
if I
3
may
agents
suggest
currently
that.
engaged in helping.
Okay.
Please raise your hand
Okay.
if you need assistance.
And also to the agents, agent manifest.
Alexia.
Alexia, as an
Alexia
agent,
is also
she
available.
will help
Thank you very
us.
much.
Actually, we have
Alongside.
5 more minutes. If
5
I
more
may-
minutes, 5 more minutes.
if I may,
So I'm going to
remind
hand
you
over to.
of the time. That's why I'm here.
Pardon? Yes, that's perfectly fine. This is a representation, actually. It's an icon that we've developed, in particular, Andres, to represent our collective, but it's also an allegory for our society. So it represents different individuals or different entities represented by dots. They're living within a frame, the frame being the society or the collective. As you can see on the screen, the dots are separated by red or ochre lines, the ochre lines being the different boundaries or different categories that are between us, that make us different or distinct from one another. But we also have gray lines that underlie all of these ochre lines. And the gray lines symbolize all of the ties that bind us, all of the relationships that draw us together, the ways that we cooperate and work together to make life rich and successful. So now I'm going to hand over to my colleague Graziano Mazza from Paris-Nanterre University. Thank you, Graziano.
Thank you all. Very, very quickly, I'm the economist, so this is the boring part. We'd like to share to you why we are doing this in this moment, because we have 3 main goals. First one, we are trying to step out from this capitalistic model. So we are looking for post-capitalistic models to reimagine socio-economic integration, to reduce overexploitation of society and environment. We are trying to align political economics with sustainability of the planet and every humans and living things on the planet. The second goal is about a biosphere justice. What does that mean? We should incorporate environmental rights to the social contract we are trying to explore and rewrite. And we have to ensure new generations to be represented nowadays, not in the future. There's a problem also for them. And the third real point of view that we'd like to integrate to a social contract, we need a new global governance. What does it mean? It means to move forward and towards the existing global governance structure to align to an interconnectedness between all the structure to erase inequalities. How we can do that? Through new representation, new visualization, new explanation of needs for everybody. That's why we are here.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
1 second. So, in practice, yesterday we received this keynote speech that ended, in a way, reducing from infinity the different pathways that can be taken to 3. And this is a great opportunity to ask the question, because it seemed that the progressive pathway somehow stepped on hope. And so this is our first attempt to actually to ask you the question, in which direction you would be happy to step out of the infinite minus several that bring down to 3, between the liberal pathway, the one that seems dominant and a deep groove, the populist pathway, which is associated to fear of superficiality in the approach of these deeply interconnected aspects, critical aspects, and a progressive viewpoint that is based on inclusivity and, crucially, bottom-up solutions. So we have had a wonderful time in this session. But this is an invitation for you to use this small device to give us a feedback, because this is for us constructive material. And as soon as you give the feedback, I must apologize, there has been a technical issue. Some of you may see a very beautiful button, but I cannot see it. We have an open form, an open text. So you can just put a word to state your viewpoint. And after you do that, click integrate the bigger picture. So in this case, I would respond for myself in the simplest way I can with a word, and then I would hit the integrate. So that information is at that point shared. This information is at this point shared, and welcoming your feedback, we think we can sediment these reflections as a first simple step. Our session continues this afternoon. Now it's moment to enjoy a coffee together. To give you a beautiful gift, the collective has contributed to this conference with a vast number of abstracts, of which I have a copy that includes pictures and shots of images of the artworks that you do not see in the official program. So these copies deserve to go with you, with those that are happy to receive them and not to come home with me. So here are several copies of illustrated abstracts. We'll see you later, and enjoy the coffee.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hit the red button.
We now, as was announced, we have a coffee break, a very short one, however. Would you please come back in about 10 minutes for the last invited panels? Thank you very much. The name collective reminds me of what we had in the late
Hello. A quick lost and found announcement. If someone on the 8th floor ended up taking a tote bag that they found out does not belong to them, please return it to Mr. Levitt. He's the gentleman in the 5th row. He can raise his hand. Okay. So, because someone probably mixed up their bags. Okay.
Good afternoon. I am happy that we had this very interesting interaction before the coffee and then a very interactive coffee as well. And I am very happy to be here with a great panel to address an issue that have appeared several times during our discussion, which is the relation between Europe and the so-called global South. This elephant in the room deserves a lot of attention, and the President announced that in the next meeting in 2 years' time, we will continue to explore this very crucial dimension. Now, let me say that we are here with Riva Costariano, that we had already heard and we have discussed with her before. You know, she's professor in many universities, among others, Sciences Po in Paris. We have Ileana Santos, which is one of the two funders of the so-called Je m'engage Afrique, which is a very active initiative based in Paris and in Africa that is working with the African diaspora and with the African actors in Africa. But she will tell much better than I can do to us. And then we have Zohar Kampf, which we have seen also in other editions of this event, which is a professor at the Hebrew University in Israel, and he will speak with us about interaction between policy maker and how these contribute to find a dialogue so needed between the North and the South. Let me therefore start to introduce my personal perspective in this discussion. I had already the honor to say some elements of this perspective 2 years ago. And why? Because 2 years ago was the anniversary of a very important series of surprises. The surprises I'm referring to were related to the war in Ukraine and Russia, but this war produced a declaration in the United Nations where countries have to condemn the invasion of Ukraine. And whilst the country were expecting to have a lot of alignments behind the position suggested by the United States of condemnation, in fact, 133 countries did vote that declaration. The rest of the country did not, either because they opposed to the declaration or because they did not vote or because they didn't sit in the room. Now, the point is that these remaining countries had a total population that was the majority in the world. As such, the Western countries were extremely surprised because the idea of a bipolarity between an authoritarian group and a group of democracy would have led them think that the majority of the world population would have aligned with the democracy. It was not the case. But the surprise would have been anticipated if 1 week before, countries would have observed what took place in Brussels, where there was the summit between European Union and African Union. President Macron being the president at that moment of the European Union, and President Macky Sall being the president for the African Union. The meeting went relatively well. The one before was in 2017, and it did not go that well. It was based in Abidjan and not in Brussels. In Brussels, they discussed, there were ideas, suggestions, conflict, of course. But at the end, as usual, you have to write a declaration. And here the European come with a request to put in the declaration a new alliance between Europe and Africa. And the African answer, no thanks. Oh, no thanks. This is a great offer. No, no, thanks. If you want, we can write a new partnership, but let's be clear, it's a partnership that is inclusive. You do not decide to exclude anybody from our side, and non-exclusive. In other terms, if I partner with you, you cannot pretend I don't with China or with other actors. Again, was a big surprise. From then on, we went from surprise to other situations. Even recently, in the Olympic Games, there was a declaration, as usual, in United Nations asking for a so-called trêve olympique. In other terms, during the period of the Olympic Games, countries don't have to do war or other stuff similar to this. You go to the vote, and what? A series of countries do not vote the declaration of trêve olympique. So this series of events, in many cases, have been labeled Global South. Of course, there are other occasions in which G20, BRICS, you have seen appearing this expression, but more or less, this designates the fact that supposed to be followers were not followers and were taking different positions. I think that this surprise is absolutely helpful because it creates questions to us about our assumption. Why did we assume that the country would have followed? Why should we assume that there is first comers, the West, and the second comer, the South, that should align? There are several explanations to this assumption, and some of these explanations have been already treated in this discussion. For example, the idea that the world should be divided into autocracy and democracy. We have seen already this morning with another Italian intervention, Romero told us that this representation of the world doesn't work. Fundamentally because you have a series of supposed to be authoritarian countries that have a lot of relationship with those supposed democracy, or also because it's not absolutely clear who are in this field of democracy, including the most representative and leader country in this group, had recently, and not only recently, behaviors that should not be considered fully democratic. And moreover, it cannot always guarantee the function of the gendarme of democracy. But there are other assumptions that need to be considered. For example, the idea of China. Is China a country for which we know definitely what is the position, or is a country where there are some variables that still needs to be defined and maybe change in respect to our position towards China? There are other assumptions that could be discussed, and I invite everybody to add to this list. I have my preferred one, and I will finish with this one and pass the floor to my colleague to ask them what they think about the assumption. My assumption is the one that I know in my discipline, which is economic, and is the assumption that the economic thinking and the economic policy of the West are hegemonic in the Gramsci sense. In other terms, they can't but raise consensus in all countries for their development. Ruth raised a question about this point concerning the South. Now, it is clear that in our field in economics, we think that the application of these rules has an impact that goes far beyond the economic relations between firms. The idea is the famous idea of the du commerce of Montesquieu and of Adam Smith. In other terms, if countries engage in economic relationship, they leave aside passions. And passions were supposed to be the reason of war in St. Augustine. So if we limit this passion, then people will concentrate in business, and when they do business, they are obliged to calculate, and therefore to put a distance between their heart and their mind. So the importance of economics in this respect is particularly significant. Moreover, economics introduces some other elements that I can discuss in a second. Now, the dominant idea that the West have had is the idea that there is only one trajectory to development. And actually, the countries that have developed have already experimented what to do in order to progress. Strong with this experience, they can turn their head and teach to the other country what to do. Therefore, we have a kind of representation of the world in which there are southern countries that are blocked by old tradition and habit that they are the only responsible for. If they get rid of this tradition and habit, if they adopt the standard of the first comer, the developed countries, they can easily develop. The role of the developed countries is therefore to sediment, disseminate the best standards to develop. But actually, this idea that was flourishing last century is showing more and more its limit. We have a series of countries that were extremely capable to develop without following the standards of the first comer. Probably the most important example is the biggest case of development in the history of human being, which is the development of China. China, in the 70s, was the 5th most poor country in the world, and today we know that the situation is different. And this happened very quickly. But it happened in many fields without following the standards of the West. The example I used to make, and is done by a US very interesting professor, Yuan Han, is that China did not have at all what we think indispensable, a Weberian bureaucracy. In fact, China lost the Weberian bureaucracy when we had the Opium War, and then the Cultural Revolution finished the job. Nevertheless, China developed in the way we all know. On the other hand, there are countries that have followed the standards and recommendations of the Washington Consensus or of the OECD organization that George and myself we know very well. The result, in many cases, have been not very successful. Jamaica, in the Caribbean area, in a certain phase of history, Argentina, Tunisia, that for many years was supposed to be the best follower of the Washington Consensus, and 10 years of 5% of growth every year with the Arab Spring. As a consequence, you cannot say that these standards are necessarily successful. But fundamentally, there is another objection, which is one that we can call kicking the ladder, which is the fact that even the first comer, the West countries, followed in the past rules that are different from those that we propose today to the developing countries. The example here is very clear. Industrial policy have been always a policy intense and strong in the United States, but it was excluded from the picture of the Washington Consensus. And nowadays, we cannot even continue with that rhetoric, as we have heard this morning, the plan in the United States to reindustrialize, the plan for inflation, as you know, is an enormous policy in the field of industrial policy. Europe is following similar policies, so we cannot anymore support the neoliberal framework that we have supported in the past. Not only for us, but in particular for the developing countries. For all those reasons, therefore, the idea that we have a Prometeo, the West, that has the fire and brings the fire to the developing country of the South for them to acquire knowledge and to develop cannot be supported anymore. We need, in a certain sense, to rebuild our narrative and to remove the assumption from our expectation and recognize, therefore, that in many cases, the South may have a different voice, which doesn't justify at all the vote in United Nations, but at least explain a different perspective and a different voice. This was my example, but I move quickly now to Riva to ask Riva, do you see other fields in which the European Union perceive the movement in the South as a menace or as something unexpected or something that creates preoccupation?
Thank you, Mario, for your question. Preoccupation, or I would say, I don't know, I don't think that Europe is perceiving what you are explaining about the South the way it is. Because they see, I mean, Europe, the European Union as a union, I emphasize the word union, sees the South as a challenge. And I think it sees it as a mirror to its challenge. Because what we see from a European perspective, having worked on migration, of course I will go into focus on that, but we've been hearing since yesterday, the whole inflammable question challenging Europe, borders, human rights, populism, nationalism, that was against the European project from the beginning, has been focused around immigration, the question of immigration, the most inflammable question. So I think that Europe sees European Union as such, sees the South as one of the reasons of disunion, I would say, and a challenge to its understanding of project and maybe progress as well. So because the main challenge, why do I put the challenge of why do I put immigration as a challenge to the Union? First, because of the border control that we talked yesterday as well. Why, when we talk about border control, we talk now much more about, here we use the term illegal immigration. In the United States, if you say illegal immigration, it's taboo. You make of them a criminal. So we have to say undocumented migration. So this concern was the core of the debate of Brexit, because of the control of the borders and the free circulation within Europe led the United Kingdom to withdraw from the European Union. And because of what was going on in Calais and crossing the English Channel, etc. This leads me to my second question that I'm going to develop actually, is the normative aspect of human rights. How do we treat this undocumented population coming? And how do I respect the human rights and maintain borders, etc.? And the third question is nationalism and populism that has been discussed here since yesterday and leading to different understanding of bringing back nationalism, which was against the understanding of the European project. And the most important, the second aspect of this immigration issue is how we started to relate. Immigration, of course, in the European debate is not just borders, is also integration. How do we ended up by relating integration into the question of security? And this also has been discussed yesterday, security meaning much more exclusion today. So I'm going to develop this more a little bit, how it challenged the unity of because wars we see going on everywhere, here and there. Poverty, inequality in development, authoritarian regime, climate change, all these are now inevitable, makes of migration, of movement of population, inevitable. Voilà. So that challenges the question of unity in what sense? But because from the beginning, policies of asylum, immigration and integration have always been a source of tension between a tendency of unify a European space and state sovereignty. From the beginning, we talked about Europe as a fortress Europe. Yeah, the fortress is the same word. So this has always been qualified this way. And signing the Schengen Agreement on the entry of the free circulation of foreigners within the EU is nothing less than establishment of an administrative network outside Brussels, which does not have the central power of a federation for democratic oversight. But as for establishing a space of European security, states have preferred to remain within a multi-bilateral, think that you like, framework that does not involve, to their minds, definitive abandoning of their sovereignty. So sovereignty and union have been in tension, maybe even more today because of this undocumented migration. Last week we had Germany's declaration to restore internal border control and expel Afghan refugees to Kabul. Actually, not to Kabul, and Orban, Viktor Orban in Hungary, suggested that he will send them to Brussels. So, and to expel migrants from Brussels to Budapest. And they all, from Budapest to Brussels. Yes, and they all have opened a new phase of political tension crystallized around this inflammable question of migration. Actually, since 2015, facing flows of asylum seekers from the south, from Africa, and from Afghanistan, member states sharing the Schengen space of free circulation, are increasingly applying border control. So the economic concerns, they relate all this to their economic concerns, to integration, employment, housing, education, security, etc. Each country is blaming the neighbor. Each blaming or the neighbor state, or all together they blame border countries, Greece, Italy, France, and Spain. And because of the entry in the Schengen area. So the European border, although I looked at the statistic, and the Frontex shows us that undocumented migration dropped to 36% this year. So it's less undocumented migration now in this year than last year. And member states try to sign bilateral agreements with Egypt, Tunisia, and Lebanon to control the flows and keep them there, and Turkey, of course. So the second aspect that I want to go first because we are having a second round. The second aspect is the human rights aspect. I don't know if you remember in 2013, the media reported with dramatic images a boat that sank in the large of the Mediterranean Sea from Tunisia with 300 people who died in the large of the Italian island Lampedusa. And in 2015, there was a striking photo of a little boy of 3 years old on the Turkish coast coming from Afghanistan and with his dead body. So all this shook the imaginary and shook our consciousness to what extent human rights were there to develop, to protect. These are the first most striking images. Since then, many boats trying to reach Greece or Italy or France or Spain have been refuted on the large of their coast, or these countries have been sending boats to save them. NGOs came to help them, to save them, to rescue them, and the negotiation with the states to welcome them. So all this reproduce human rights discourses as a core of the European unity, European values. States are developing bilateral agreements with the sending countries, or defining some countries as buffer countries, like Turkey, and preventing trafficking or helping them to keep them on their territories. The best example is Turkey with Merkel in 2015, yes, 15, with the preventing Syrian migration after the war to Europe and giving, it was like 6 billion euro to Turkey, Merkel gave to Turkey to stop migration. And Turkey did stop migration, but Turkey received 3 million of the Syrians. And then now the paradox of the European discourse is blaming Turkey for the human rights, the respect of the human rights and the rule of law, and at the same time welcoming the Syrian migration. So the third aspect is, you know, how this discourse finds an effect in reality or remains as a discourse, not only the rejection discourse, but also the, you know, remaining just a normative discourse. The first panel yesterday was the normative aspect, and we are still in the normative aspect of Europe with regard to the discourse on human rights. Maybe you are going to develop more. So the other aspect is nationalism and populism. We have been talking about this just before this panel as well. But the recent decision of Germany are reported in the news in relation to crimes committed by radicalized Afghan refugees in Mannheim and Solingen, and the expulsion of 28 Afghans, and a decision to reinforce control of national borders since September by Germany in an unilateral way. So all leading to the election of the extreme right party on the regional elections, the Alternative für Deutschland that you mentioned. And in June, European elections in France, Le Pen won. And there was a whole mobilization for an early election on a legislative to prevent Le Pen to get more seats. So all this is not really new, talking about nationalism and populism, etc. It's since 2010 we had all these growing nationalist sentiments that have been sweeping from across the continent, from the east to the west now. In May 2010, we had the populist Dutch Freedom Party that became the third largest political party in the Dutch parliament. In June 2010 again, the Hungarian Nationalist Party Jobbik doubled in representation in the parliament, winning as a stunning 16% of the vote, and Viktor Orban has been in power since. In Scandinavia, the extreme right increased its presence in both Sweden and Danish parliaments. Belgium has been plunged into unprecedented crisis of a result separatist Flemish and Flemish winning legislative elections. So since then, we have been talking about this. This is not new. We are just like discovering, but because it's spreading and it's becoming more dangerous and it's leading much more to the defensive attitude of Europe. Just very briefly, the second aspect to relate this challenge to integration, not just border control, not just flows, but also the ultimate question will be integration. Why integration will be an issue and will lead to the question of security. And I would relate this to not only because undocumented migration or refugees coming from the south. I had a student who defended his thesis actually the other day, and he calls all this, his thesis was on the nexus of integration and security, and he relates this nexus to what he called integration deficit. So he shows that integration deficit measured at the beginning in the 70s, 80s by petty criminality or delinquency in suburbs, in banlieues, etc., inner cities in London, were poverty combined with unemployment. But today, all the attention has been focused on the Muslim population settled in those places. So one of the aspects of deficit is also focused on the discourse on the radicalization that has been attributed to a very small part of the young generation of migrants with Muslim tradition, we call today, to belong to what I called globalized identities, not to the country of settlement, but they rely much more, or they find a refuge in what has become globalized identity, or what my colleague Olivier Roy calls globalized Islam. A sort of a new global community to express what Dina Werber, an anthropologist in Britain, late anthropologist, who expressed this in terms of co-responsibility in relation to the Pakistani diaspora in Britain, a co-responsibility with all the conflicts going in the world, and to the colonial relations, to wars and conflicts that take place elsewhere, and this co-responsibility based on some grievances and colonial past, of course, will give them this attribution of belonging to a more global community. The endless spiraling of the violence in the Middle East and all international events that have contributed to producing such an identity that is not linked to an immediate place, to the country where they live in, but to a global community. Yesterday we talked about territory and the nation and the state, and I would say to a non-territorial community, which becomes a refuge for the young generation that is looking for a cause and identification in action. This progress gives rise to a formation of a transnational identity and as inspiration for political action, and as an instrument for cultural and religious purposes beyond national borders. Before I come to your second round, I would say that I have argued somewhere, and I call this a transnational nationalism, a nationalism that is I called it nationalism because it is based on this transnational solidarity with upsurging a new expression of belonging that is not territorial. And it follows the formal and informal network connection that transcends the territorial limits of nations and states. So there are these communities, and their action is guided by an imaginary geography, imagined geography, and with a rhetoric that based on a global identification to the Muslim world, and it nourishes and gives rise to a form of transnational nationalism that I call, is a new kind of nationalism without territory. Call it nationalism or not, but a sense of solidarity that brings them together with a non-territorial way. So this is, of course, a very, very small part of the immigration that follow the path of radicalization based on internet or any kind of leaders that they have followed. And in reaction to this, populism and nationalism is expressing their view, their understanding of migration, the public discourses in the media based on this phenomenon. And here we have two competing nationalisms. One is a transnational nationalism that is expressed for a marginal, but not only on a Muslim world, but more generally, and the territorial nationalists competing on on national and European level and the Europe. I will finish with this, with the last French Minister of Interior who was nominated at the beginning of the week. He said that he's going to develop a program of immigration and security, more restrictive border control, more expulsions, and less regularization, having in mind this idea of radicalization.
Thank you. So we have here an additional piece.
I'm not done. No.
Maybe. We have an additional piece because I put the light on the issue of surprise. Global South arrived as a surprise, as the BRICS arrived as a surprise to the West. Now, what Riva is saying, there is something which is not a surprise, is a challenge. In other terms, Europe knows that there are phenomena that are taking place. They are very clear. And as such, Europe is trying to figure out a position and maybe action we will see in a second. Obviously, these two phenomena, they coexist, of course, call into the play different logic. Because in one, I'm supposed to know that the migrants are coming and how they are. In the other, the surprise, I do not have any serious knowledge of what is going on. And here comes the intervention of Ileana, which is very helpful. Because what is the view from the South about the global South, in the sense, what is the South thinking of the surprise or the challenge of Europe in respect to itself? Let me just recall an important point. The demographic of Africa is going to be the one growing the most in the world. From now to 250, every year, 20 million young people will enter in society in Africa. Therefore, the issue is obviously there. Please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm not an academic, I want to say it. I'm talking as civil society actor and engaged citizen. To explain little my background, I was born and raised in Togo, a small country between Ghana and Benin. And after my study, I chose to stay in France. This is why I have seen during a long time international relationship, mainly through the lens of France-Africa relationship. But definitively, this view is too narrow. After 4 years working on Africa and Europe relation, I can saw and say the limit. And then I want to talk about the global South in a global and open view. And I'm talking as African and European citizen. I have the both, so I can give point to the both. So why the global South is so important? In a time of major challenge, we all know it, like new political shifts and the changing global power, the global South face many challenges. This includes, of course, environmental technology disruption, democratic crisis, climate change, and the impact of COVID on developing economies, alongside the geopolitical tension. This issue showed the need for new governance idea and reform, especially in the global financial system. One of response from Global South actors is emerging. They represent 30% of the world GDP and 46% of population. The BRICS Plus approach highlighting really the economic strengths of the Global South and the desire of stronger voices in a global governance. Recently, BRICS had countries like Egypt, Ethiopia, and it's indicating really a shift in global power. We also see that Mexico, Algeria also express interest to join. Then, what's role for the new generation while our states seek to find their place in the concert of nations? Young people, especially in the Global South, often feel excluded from important decisions, even though they constitute a significant portion of population. Mario, you said lately, in Africa, about 60% of the population is under 25 years old. In Brazil, if I make the parallel, nearly 30% are aged between 15 and 29. In Latin America and Caribbean, the youth population approach approximately 160 million. And in many countries, the proportion is expected to increase significantly arrive in the coming decades. So, young people are essential for shaping the future of the nation. Youth activism, particularly in areas such as gender equality, women's rights, as you say, but also environmental sustainability governance, reflect a dynamic shift in the global engagement. Let's be honest. Traditional institutions often struggle to engage youth effectively, despite the critical role in shaping sustainable future. My belief is that no leader will send us the manual to understand and take ownership of it. As a French African and European African, I see on climate, on food, on health, on rights, bridge to build with American Caribbean countries. So what's the first thing I want to say? I don't know if the second round I can talk about how concretely we can make the bridge with Africa, with American country, Caribbean country, and how Europe, and especially diaspora, can work on it.
Of course you can. Let me point anyhow, underline some of the things you said, which is a series of indicators of a growing agency of southern countries in the international arena. First is the BRICS, and we have just been recalled that many countries now have asked to enter in the group of the BRICS. The second is the demand of the African Union to be member permanent of the G20. The request was made by India, was adopted, and now Africa is one of the permanent members of the G20. There are many other signals. I would add just one. Mexico, in 1994, became member of the OECD, in a certain sense, the organization, one of the organizations of the West, and in order to do so, had to leave the G77, the ancient group of non-aligned countries. Now, Mexico have declared that we'll go back to the G77, remaining in the OECD, but we'll go back in the G77. So as you can see, there are several signals of the fact that the South is organizing itself with banks, with institutions, and also with TRIPS. The Ukrainian crisis created a series of interactions between the African president that went first to Kiev, then to Moscow, then to Beijing, to negotiate about Syria. So all these elements are interesting. But now the suggestion is, let's move on action. What could be done? And I would like to go back to Riva. You gave us this picture in which there are challenges, perceived or real, anyhow, from the European Union. And therefore, what could we do in respect to these challenges?
I will be brief. And because I want to emphasize this integration deficit. Integration deficit, even if it is perceived or defined or explained for receiving countries, integration deficit is also a big issue for sending countries. So to see their population that, so the receiving states and sending states have to collaborate, do collaborate, are driven to collaborate among each other in order to ensure this integration of course, you know, the obsession of Europe is religion, obsession of Europe is Muslim migration, and to renationalize this population and take them away from this globalized identity. So to re-territorialize, to renationalize Islam, I would say. So it has become a matter of, what is at stake is the control over transnational actions, which by definition intends to bypass the state. So transnational politics reflect the changes in the perception of migration, increasingly linking the question of identity and the participation to the question of security. So I argue that cooperation among states ultimately target the politics of integration by trying to, as I said, re-territorialize. So what is that? So we see more and more states of origin developing diaspora politics. Most of the states of origin known as countries of immigration have created specific ministries in charge of their citizens abroad. We should keep in mind that their citizens abroad are dual citizens because they are also the citizens of the country of settlement. So they all intervene in countries of settlement through economic, cultural, and political means. Now we have more and more countries are allowing to vote abroad. And the objective is that the citizens, of course, the main objective is to maintain the nationhood, deterritorialized or extraterritorial, but at the same time, protect the image in the international arena of their home country, of their own country, to protect their citizens abroad from narratives and policies of exclusion and discrimination, increasingly polarized in the countries of settlement. So in general, with regard to Muslims in Europe, we have two countries that are very active in this diaspora politics. We have Morocco and Turkey, where national and religious identity are combined, have both created specific ministries in charge of their citizens abroad, the way they call. So their objective is to bring their citizens abroad back to a national identity. But this has become to a national Islam, as opposition to globalized Islam. For Morocco, for example, events like terrorist attacks in Madrid in March 2003, where 3 of the 7 jihadists were from Morocco, and the assassination of Van Gogh by a Moroccan man, and Charlie Hebdo, and Bataclan, and Molenbeek in Brussels, etc., are all attributed to the Moroccan youth, I mean Moroccan origin youth. So such actions have been interpreted as the result of difficulties of the young generation to integrate in different European countries. So who is to blame, the young generation or the state? So therefore, all initiatives coming from Morocco had the objective to ensure the integration of their migrants in their countries of settlement, in order to avoid the attraction of these young people from a global identity, global radicalization spread throughout the internet. At stake is the image of Morocco. Their action is therefore extraterritorial, external to their national territory. Therefore, the objective of Morocco is to re-territorialize national Islam. I had interviews with the ministers and for them it was very important to bring back or to give them this, what Weber would call ethnic pride of belonging, in order to be more, in order to integrate in the societies where they live and reject this image of discrimination, not image, rejecting exclusion, discrimination, etc. Turkey, on the other hand, has also created in 2010 a direction related to the Prime Minister for Turkish citizens abroad. Turkish citizens, I'm saying this, but also they are, again, dual citizens most of the time. The official secular state has then explicitly introduced a religion as an element of national identification. It has always been there, and has institutionalized it under auspices of consular network. Recently, this development contributes to redefining Turkish nationalism abroad, outside of the borders. At the same time, Turkey's aspiration in the Middle East and the Muslim world as regional power and beyond leads its president to develop a rhetoric for the protection of all Muslims in a minority situation in Europe, to fight against exclusion, discrimination, and Islamophobia. And combining this way his understanding of global Islam discriminated and a national Islam. Both countries have agreed with countries of settlement for imams, for example, to be trained in their home country and sent back to Europe, rather than to have imams to be trained in the country of settlement because of this mistrust in the connection with the global identities. So states of settlement, on the other hand, have also developed transnational connections by externalizing immigration control, by visa controls abroad, and also in connection with their home countries, with the countries of immigration, countries of origin of the country. The idea is to reach a global perspective of their mobilization in both states and develop joint strategy of integration and security. So they have, I said that they have signed with Egypt and Tunisia, and also the question after 9/11, mainly in New York, states have changed their transnational strategy of integration into policy of security. So in Europe, these two countries that I studied develop much more, a lot this issue of security and integration here and there, and security of the borders. So from states' perspective, transnational means cooperation in the domain of security and also in the domains of integration. So to conclude, I would say that, on time, I would say that territory, I think, is at the core of this transnational politics. Here, transnational mobilization, transnational identification, and transnational politics of the state. It's also a source of ambiguity in the representation, in the state sovereignty and power. So the question, it has affirmed the essential of territory within the tactics of wars and expansionist strategy. As paradoxical as it is, an imagined geography without borders looks for legitimacy upon a transnational basis, on a territorial basis that gives its power to agency. So they changed the idea of homeland becoming both here and there, and where home countries also develop this understanding of homeland here and there. So we have multiple loyalties we talk about multiple belonging, so home country, host country, and a one common space of transnational space where this population belongs to.
Thank you very much. So we have here a proposal, a suggestion of analysis, which is to say bilateral relationship between countries south and north can establish policy of integration and also security that can be interesting because may reduce the perception in the European Union of the challenge. Of course, this is one policy that is in place and was in place, but there are others. For example, the most known is the dimension of cooperation for development, which is not control of migration, is what you do in the countries that are developing. And here probably we will have to discuss this point also this evening later on. But if we have bilateral cooperation about security, Ileana, what do you see, and integration, what do you see as other potential recommendation for, in a certain sense, being actor on an equal level and equal voice in the field of relation north-south?
I have a preliminary remark. We can all say that Europeans see Global South in perspective on immigration, security, integration. Africa saw global, Europe and Western countries as colonialism and imperialism, and as binational, I see opportunity to have win-win. So, I want to.
Perfect.
So, I'm interested to talk about future, and for me, the focus is just. The focus is not just the challenge we face, but how we can actively shape the world we want to see. In this area of global transformation, it's essential that the Global South, particularly its youth, be on the forefront of this change. Our voices, our ideas, and action and are more critical than ever in shaping international policies, creating equitable opportunities, and fostering sustainability growth. So how we can do it? First of all, we have to creating space for dialogue. We need more space for discussing between our continents. Africa, Latin country, Caribbean country. This should be stable. This should be multidisciplinary space that allows civil society organization and engaged youth. But discussion alone are not enough. We need to act together. The barrier of language and the distance are no longer an obstacle. We must identify the actor in the Global South and facilitate the meeting. This will help to create a power dynamic that ensures our voice and heard. As we collaborate, we also need to learn from each other. Definitively, Global South countries must develop research program, promote mobility, create scholarship, and establish a database. We have a lot of work to do. With this goal in mind, how do we make it happen? I'm convinced that we have to make what I call new coalition. We must build coalition to bring together civil society, the academic as well, public and private decision makers. We have to establish dialogue with international organizations. This may be the only space today where we can set up a permanent framework for dialogue, where decision and direction are not driven by short-term political events. I'm not talking about France. Now, what kind of results can we expect in the if we follow this tape? We should lead the global agenda. Especially the youth must help to shape international policies. This morning, when I was preparing this panel, I saw in the news that in New York, lately, President Macron and President Macky Sall have a meeting on the 4P initiative. So it's the Pact of Paris for People and Planet. And they talk about developing country, global governance, etc., etc. Yet, once again, the most affected were not present. And we also have to create joint public policy. This is why, 4 years ago, we launched Je m'engage pour l'Afrique. It's a non-political association created to engage citizen, association, entrepreneur. We want to facilitate sharing experience and participate in creating ambitious policy public. GMA work at 3 levels. First of all, we offer training on public policy, on citizen participation, and also in international development. We provide space for reflection and debate, inspiring decision makers, how I met Mario. And we also highlighted people with our media GMA Mag. So we are working hard to create global South space for youth, made by them and for them. In conclusion, I want to say, Europe and diaspora must play a key role in this dynamic. When I say Europe, I don't mean only France and Belgium. All European states should take an interest in these issues. And I also think about the European external action, who must take this dynamic into account. To achieve this, There are African diaspora and binational in every European country who can serve as a real bridge to promote cooperation, to promote exchange between the two worlds. So let's do it as an European.
Thank you very much. Let me add some elements to this point, and these elements are, we are not seeing the policy of the European Union of cooperation moving in direction that support this idea. There were tools in the past. For Latin America was called Eurosocial, for example. For Africa, there were other forums to facilitate the dialogue between policymakers of one continent and the other. These elements have been closed down in favor of a policy that is called today Gateway, that fundamentally uses the resources of cooperation of the European Union to create guarantee for investment of European in southern countries. So we are lacking at present an element of dialogue that facilitates the dialogue, which is what is asked here. In a certain sense, if it is true that together with challenges, Europeans are surprised because they discover that they don't know, we do not have that many instruments for Europeans to listen at present. But therefore, we can ask ourselves, do you think that the communication between actors goes only through institution and organization, and therefore we speak about France and Turkey or France and Morocco, and we understand the overall bureaucracy that moves like a giant, slowly, but maybe efficaciously? Probably there are other tools through which we can create cooperation. One is obviously youth and NGOs, but now we have also something else to listen at.
May I add something on the diaspora?
After. Something else, which is Zohar, that was quiet up to now, listening to all us, and can now can tell us, because he did an incredible work. He was close to the office of the president of his country, and looking who he was talking to, how they were talking to, and how things were working. So can you tell us the result?
Thank you very much. I'm not an extra here. This is my contribution, and if to cite, Ruth, you mentioned earlier Monty Python, and now for something completely different. I'm a language and communication scholar, and this is the reason why I didn't participate in specifically on the idea of Europe and South, but I can speak a lot about relations, the concept of relations, and I will pose a challenge to the concept of relations as understood by international relations scholars and many scholars even in this room. I will be hopeful and positive, and I'm coming from the Middle East. And so this is going to be very different, as I said, and in one of the slides at the end, I have a unicorn. So this will sum up the entire presentation. So the starting point of I have something like 50 minutes. I have to be very, very brief, so I'm not going into details. I'm just sketch out what I was doing in the last 5 years. I would say until October 7, which I felt that this is the point that there's no meaning to my work. So in the last 5 years, I tried to challenge the term relations as understood by scholars of social sciences, and try to redefine the concept of relations not as communication and relations between entities, but between human beings. It's a bottom-up understanding of the concept of relations, and the question is a very, I would say, pretentious question, and it is how do interpersonal relationships between decision makers are translated to foreign policy, are translated to things that we ordinary people are experienced on every day. This is not relations between states and entities that I find it hard to understand, but relations between people. For this reason, this would be my talk, and there is a takeaway for the Global South, which is the bottom-up understanding between a relationship between people to people. And my case study is an exclusive site of a lead discourse, introductory conversation in credential ceremonies. Credential ceremonies is the ceremony that new ambassadors hand over their credential to the head of state in another state in order to do their job. And looking at these credential ceremonies, walking around in the president's house. I was for 4 years, I was doing an ethnography at the Israeli president residence. The story of getting in the residence is a story in and of itself, which is very peculiar because this is a very well-guarded place. And I can share this story afterwards. In a matter of fact, I have to share the story because this is a very hilarious, I would say. And I will briefly start, but I have another preliminary comment about my positive position, especially at this point in time. Now we are almost a year from October 7th. So I'm adopting the idea of progressive discourse analysis or positive discourse analysis as a way to imagine a different future for Israelis and Middle East nations, because there were so many studies on conflict, and I myself studied conflict for several years, for 10 years or so. And there are so many conflict management and studies and books that were written, but I couldn't see any cure for the Middle East with all these theories and smart things that people wrote the entire year, all the years. So I tried to look for alternative, and the alternative was looking at micro level. The alternative is looking on models that people can adopt later and maybe bring about some calm to the region. And the idea of progressive discourse analysis is inaugurated by Martin with the idea that if discourse analysts are serious about wanting to use their work to enact social change, they will have to broaden their coverage to include discourse of this kind, discourse that inspires. So I hope there will be some inspiration from my work, and I think diplomacy is a great place to study inspiration, since it is aimed, the whole idea of diplomacy is aiming to build good relations, good interstate relations. These are the tasks of diplomats, and we can see all kind of sites here from Mari. Its simplest form, diplomacy is maintenance of peace and avoidance of war, and even in interpersonal communication theories, they adopted this idea of or refer to this idea. This is a quite essential definition of politeness by Brown and Levinson. In the first page of the book, they write that like formal diplomatic protocol, for which must surely be the model, makes possible communication between potentially aggressive parties. So all the idea of politeness is to mitigate tension. So I look at diplomatic interaction as performances of interstate and interstate relations, and try to identify how diplomats communicate and how they have, and how this and what are the consequences and for what consequences. And oh, I see there is another preliminary comment. Until the end of my presentation, it just be preliminary. The idea is that there is a great challenge of studying diplomacy because I'm an academic, and diplomats don't like academics walking around and listening to the talk, especially if we're talking about presidents and prime ministers. They don't like left-wing academics, you know, running around. And there are so few studies that are doing that. One of you is you, Ruth, in 2010 with this Politics in Action. This was another source of inspiration. So, but lastly, I gained a pass to the President House, and this is why this study was facilitated. And the premise of the study is, in matter of fact, a quote by Joe Biden: all foreign policy is an extension of personal relationships. The idea of communication between states is about communication between people. I would not give the context, but on the basis of this premise, I asked, how do statespersons build, in this specific study, how do statespersons build positive interpersonal relations? How do statespersons build their positive interpersonal relation? And this is a question that is part of a way broader question that me and my research team were handling in the last years, which is how interpersonal connections are translated to international relations. And I'm cooperating with a diplomatic historian, Gadi Ayman, expert in France-Israel relations, and a group of brilliant research students. And what we have done thus far is to map the practices of amity between statespersons, to identify the knowledge, stance, and competencies needed for the application of positive actions of amicable communication, and evaluating the consequences of interpersonal relations in the state level for interstate relations. And briefly, our previous findings is that we map these practices of amity that are important in initiating, maintaining, and strengthening relations, like offers of food and drinks. Diplomats like to eat and drink, and attendance in events, tokens of amity. I can discuss it later if you would like. The knowledge needed, which is to know how to communicate, to know specific things about the person on the other side, and of course the stance. You have to believe that there is a power to interpersonal relations in order to use interpersonal relations. The Israeli ambassador was here, Noam Katz was here yesterday, and I briefly asked him about this issue, and he mentioned, I think to you, that leaders do not affect, no one is affecting, just the bureaucracy. The bureaucracy has a lot of power, and this is again a bias. He's in a specific position, and this is a bias. And I would like to argue that it's not bureaucracy and not the leaders, just the personal effect that has tremendous effect on interstate relations. And this is counterintuitive and perceived by many diplomats and by all of my colleagues as false, which is, of course, very risky. So the consequences of interpersonal relations are very important for creating positive relations at the state level. If we have good relations between diplomats, it removes obstacle to agreement. It diffuses tension in specific times, and I believe all diplomats here can share their own experience. It's also important for other state interests, but this is less important at this point in time. And at a specific case of going inside the Israeli president's residence, we looked at how elite actors, presidents, prime ministers, and ambassadors initiate relations. We looked at the first interactions. First time the president meets the leader of another state, and we looked at these specific interactions. So I quitted this study in October 7, but there is another research student that kept on going to the President House, and so we also have materials after October 7th, which are very interesting, but I will not touch upon them. So I was there for hours, talking with all the staff and trying to make sense of what I'm looking at. So I will briefly go over. So the credential ceremony is a very structured, rule-governed, protocol-governed ceremony, and which allows only little leeway. How much time do I have? I don't want to. Mario, how much time do I have?
Yeah, still 7 minutes.
So, wow, thank you. Very generous. It's very protocol governed. Every step in these ceremonies is allegedly controlled by the meticulous protocol, diplomatic protocol, which tell people where to stand, what to say, and what to do in a specific moment. And we look at the entire event and see how the presidents and the ambassadors themselves challenge the protocol and try to initiate good relations in spite of the protocol decree that forces formality. Okay, this is the ceremony. This is a 30-second video just to give you a sense what I was experiencing, what I had to go through in the last years. This is the German ambassador to Israel. You probably know him, very famous person, Stefan Seibert. Stefan Seibert is a very famous television anchor. Seibert? Okay, on the verge of cringe, but this is what we have, and we looked at the introductory conversation. This is where relations are initiated. This is the first time they meet, the first time they discuss. The president and his guest, and here the protocol tell the participants what to say in specific time, but leave a little bit leeway for things for initiative, for interpersonal initiative. And this is what we looked for, this interpersonal initiative that take place in the first interaction. The performance of good relations, what does it mean? There's in general, we find several strategies of bonding. How do they manage audience, and how do they solve problems in the course of interaction, in the dynamic of interaction. And these are the strategies. Of course, I don't have time to talk about all these strategies, but I think one strategy that I will emphasize, and I hope that I can show you some materials, is establishing common ground. How do think about first interaction. What do you do in first interaction with people that you just met? You try to find some common ground, and you have several strategies like self-exposure, using humor, all kind of micro interpersonal communicative strategies that allow you to start relationship and maybe to cultivate them later in the future. So let's see how ambassadors and the president break formality using one of the strategies, break formality, and create a common ground, and this is especially by small talk and humor. So this is the Austrian ambassador to Israel. Let's look at this short segment. I hope you can hear.
Super. And a wonderful stay. We'll raise a toast.
And there's something we share in common, which is very important for both of our lives. We were both born on 22nd of September.
They don't like to meet the birthday. Shirley, next time. They don't like to meet. It's a very good day to be born. You're younger.
Okay, I'm not going to analyze every turn of talk like we're doing an interaction analysis, but I can tell you in general terms that after a very formal talk, and this is what we looked for, the moments in which the participant break formality, create the first contact, and what strategies, what resources do they use. And here in this case, finding something that they both share. And this is demand from the Austrian ambassador to do some previous research about his host. He looks for all kind of information that will allow him to get connected. This is the first connection, and now every birthday, Herzog and he can connect again, have a drink, or something like that. So this is the first method for common ground. And of course, humor, the use of humor at the end. Of course, this is a captive audience. I mean, they have to laugh. And of course, it's not, the jokes are not always funny, but always there is a laugh, and it adds a lot. So we found all kinds of strategies. I will make it very short, trying to connect biographies, personal biographies between people. We just saw the example, intersection between personal biography and national biography, and intersection between national biographies. And I won't have time to elaborate on that, but the issue of friends and elite always, when someone mentions an ambassador, the name of an ambassador, name of president, they always try to find mutual friend, mutual contact to make the network. Okay, so I will just conclude. You can imagine that I could speak and show you videos for the rest until tomorrow, until the end of our coming dinner. But let's just conclude that international relations in this study is, in a matter of fact, interactional dynamic between two elite representatives. It gives face and names to the idea of Israel is saying, or Germany, or Austria, or whatever. And performing good relations, performing relations between states is done both at the interpersonal level. Participants invest effort in advance to study about the other, to create friendly relations, and try to link between this interpersonal relation to interstate relations. They find connections that they can translate it later to some state benefits. Of course, we must add a critical perspective, and here is the unicorn I promised, and you know now that I'm almost in my last slide. Although this is very harmonic and ideal performance of good relations, we have to remember that there are boundaries are drawn over there. Boundaries between elite people and regular people, and boundaries between real-world conflict. I was doing this research during the judicial coup in Israel by the current government, and there were demonstrations outside. And I was there with these elite people wanting to be outside demonstrating, but had to be there. And there is almost nothing filters into the room. It's a very pinky communication that's going on there. And of course, I'm not mentioning the idea of peace and conflicts. And of course, and there are other problems in the strategies, because in order to make a relation between you and me, we have the statespersons mostly prefer to find a third enemy, them. So in order to connect, to make solidarity between two people, there's always an exclusion of the other, and trying to find mutual enemies that we can fight against together. So this is my very brief presentation of my project. You can scan the barcode and see more about the research and the papers we we've published thus far. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Very, very interesting. Now, in this discussion, we have seen that there are a series of directions in which we have to work. One is a new paradigm that defines what are the relationships between the North and the South. The old one, the idea of Prometheus and so on, do not work anymore. A second one, so we have a problem of lenses, in other terms. But the second one is we have a problem of tables. How do we create the opportunity for this dialogue, which is not formal? Why an ambassador doesn't communicate by fax or by mail? Because there are these interactions. Because there is all an element of tacit knowledge that needs to be considered and developed, which is by the end, at the end, the story of Norbert Elias. How do you create habit that prevent you at dinner to use the knife to kill your host? And therefore, how do you create a series of rules and norms? There are some questions. We have very few time, little time. I can take 3, let's say. There are 5 around. I don't know what the president allow me to do, but I know that the 3. Let's start first with our friends here, and then I have to ask them to answer. And so.
Thank you very much for this wonderful panel. And in the context of the North-South relations, I would like to address my question to Ms. Ileana Santos regarding the 2 competing frames for Ukrainian-Russian war that I observed in the southern media, including African. The Russian framing of this war as Russia's fight against the hegemony of the West, or the United States, and the Ukrainian side talking about it as an anti-colonial war. And from what I have seen, and I heard it from some of our diplomats, the Russian narrative often wins, at least in a number of African countries. So what can be done in your eyes by Europe, African, in particular diaspora in Europe, and maybe NGOs or any other forces in Africa to possibly communicate this urgent security issue as an anti-colonial war?
Thank you.
Thank you.
We take first the question and then there will be the answer. We had Sophia there.
Hi, thank you so much for the panel. It's a question, but it's more like a kind of idea or a little contribution to your work, Mr.
As soon as it is
Kampf.
short.
Yes, it's super short. For example, I'm working on Ethiopian foreign policy, and one thing I noticed is that with the current Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed, he started in 2018 a very strong partnership with the Emirates. And what Ethiopian people say about this partnership is that they called it bro diplomacy, because it's so close. I mean, it's so based on the relationship, on the personal relationship between Abiy Ahmed and the leaders of the Emirates, that, for example, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ethiopia are completely out of the picture. And so it's so personal that it's not formalized, not even a little bit, by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs structure. And so the possible question is, what do you think of this kind of example that goes completely beyond, let's say, a certain limit of formality? And so the fact that when Abiy Ahmed will leave, if he will leave at some point, the relationship will maybe stop, and we're speaking about a lot of money.
Thank you. Alexia, we have? I call her Alexia, but maybe it's wrong.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
This is a question for you, Mr. Pezzini.
Yeah.
And so there is one field where I think cooperation between what has been called the Global South and Europe is very important, which is the accelerated climate and biodiversity collapse. And in this field of study and activism, a huge part that has come up, because you were talking about development, is the question of cancelling debt, which also relates to, very importantly, mentioned by Ms. Santos, the colonial constituencies of Europe, and debt being maybe one of them in my question.
Thank you. Do you want to introduce in the armchair, or you want to say this? Armchair. So we have this gentleman there with the glasses, and then we have finished the question, so that we have all the time we want.
Thank you for Zohar. Yeah. I think we know that what happens in childhood influences what we will become, and will actually direct us through life to whether we know ourselves or not. We're in Greece, so know thyself. And I'm asking whether in the diplomatic circles this is considered in terms of the person who will actually do the negotiations, do the conversations and what have you, because conversations frequently go like this in relationships. Oh, he leaves and I complain. And she says, I complain before he leaves. So I think that one answer is, of course, studies abroad. Studies abroad always increase the connections and the communication, and of course it can predispose those who have been to another country, and this has been done by countries, to be more friendly to it. So know thyself.
Thank you. Okay, we have the question. Let's start with Riva now.
No, actually it's not an answer to a question, but I think it's very, very interesting to have these two conversations. And because talking about diaspora, we now have a new category of young people representing the diaspora. We call them the new ambassadors. And they are, it's called La Nouvelle New Ambassadors, and they have this role of representing the state. But they are either into a voluntary associations, businessman organization, business person organization, and they are parliamentary elected individuals who are taken by the state of origin as an ambassador. Comparing is so to tell you that, you know, I think diaspora is a very important tool. I'm not in international relations, but it's a very important tool today of state-to-state relations, and even broader in a transnational relations, talking about multilateral, etc. I don't use this vocabulary, but a diaspora not only based on a national origin, but also on a religious origin. You get this extended diaspora, it's much more global. And to compare to your diaspora, you are talking about elite, about humor. Of course, this population is the ambassador de facto. They find themselves in this situation because of their success in the country of immigration, because of integration. They are the example of integration. They are example of the success. I focus much more on radicalization because it's the fear of Europe with regard to the South. But what is going on in terms of integration into the society, we have this new category in France, in Germany, in Britain, in Spain. We have all this, and it would be interesting to have their network on a European level. No humor. I don't think it's not that easy because it's not the training of diplomacy, and because there is not the same kind of elite you are talking about. But we have this, you know, relations that de facto exist, and you must see this kind of organization in Europe with regard to Africa too.
Ileana, therefore.
I don't know if I have an answer to your question. Your question is complex, and if I take the African parts, we have to face to a lot of struggle also in continent. Inflation, young people are seeking for a job and a dignity. I don't know if we can, you know, I don't have the magical solution. I think that first of all, people have their own struggle also, and we have to understand it. So I don't have any judgment on the situation. I travel a lot in Africa this past week, and I just realized how young people have struggled. So it's like so complicated to come to Athens and say, that is the right thing to do. So I'm super humble about this question.
So,
thank you. For your question, you made the answer. You answered the question. Yes, these are very fragile relationship. Once one of the partners are leaving their high position, the interstate benefits, the international benefits, may go away. However, at some point, and we have several, we have in the interviewing process that we had, we also in the first study that I showed briefly the findings, we interviewed 50 statespersons, diplomats and politicians, from prime ministers, former prime ministers to diplomats. And sometimes interpersonal relations, it's the only way to break through silence, to break through animosity. And we have wonderful stories about breaking paths, breaking ways with Syrians, even with North Koreans. So this is a really impressive tools in situation that everything is blocked. But on the other end, yes, it's very fragile. Once the person leaves, then there's no continuity. And for Jeff's question, I have to be frank. I missed your question once you mentioned children, because I have weakness to children. I study children. I study children discourse in my first days in academia with Shoshana. You know that. And every time people compare between children and politicians, I have problem with that, because it is kind of insulting to children, which have very sophisticated ways to communicate that we as adults ruin them in the process of morality and learning and teaching them how to behave. So conflict resolution strategies and friendship strategies are so unique among children, and once they get to the world of adults, something goes wrong. I know what goes wrong, but something goes wrong, and there are issues and problems. So you can remind me later what was your real question, but this is my comment.
Thank you. Now, for what concerns the last question of Alexia concerning the environment, I have a good news. First of all, because we finish here this session, but secondly, because we will answer with much more time to your question in the armchair discussion, where we will focus in particular on multilateral and bilateral relations and how they should take place. Thank you very much to all, and now there are the session ongoing. Please move to each one session, and then we will reconvene at the 18:45, no, Temis? Here. 6:45. Okay, thank you. Allô? Oui. Ah, tu peux t'asseoir là. Non, 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 là. Là, là, tu peux t'asseoir là. Et Georges, ici. Non, mais parce que j'ai encore dans les sessions. Donc. OK. So. So, we had a very intense days of work, and several points appear in our discussion. Now we are at the end of those days, and therefore the President suggested that we have an armchair moment, which means that we don't have PowerPoints, we are free of text, and we have the full use of our mind and mouth. So we can speak freely among ourselves and reflect on those 2 days and see in particular if we can figure out some suggestions. Now, the general subject of European discourse has obviously to do with Europe and the way in which it is organized. But as the world is changing, hopefully, we are confronted with also other countries and continents, other actors, not only states, but also NGOs, local authorities, unions, organizations of entrepreneurs, and so on. And therefore, we have to deal with multiplicity. It seems, therefore, pretty reasonable to reflect on how these multiple actors can interact among each other and deal with each other. And during these days, it has appeared that in many cases, the way of seeing things of people may represent an obstacle, because the world has changed, but the way of thinking not exactly all the time, accordingly with the changes of the world. So we have a problem first of observing facts, in reflecting on how to understand those facts, and then to negotiate or to take decision and negotiate. Very often we concentrate only on the negotiation side and not in the interpretation side. And therefore here comes what we have heard, for example, from Israel, that in many cases, to understand, discuss, and decide, we don't need only institution, but we need also human interaction. To interpret, you need to understand what the other is saying. To take decision, you need to negotiate. And if it is just done on already defined position, you never find a solution. So how do we open spaces for this discussion? So in a certain sense, I will use a metaphor that will appear at the end of our discussion today. We need new lenses, new paradigm to understand, and we need new or modified tables, places where actors can interact and see each other. Now, let's start from the end of our discussion. We were discussing not only about Europe, but we were discussing of the interaction between Europe and the South, which means that probably we need to consider at least 2 tables, or 3. A table for the South, okay, a table for the North, the West, and a table for both. So I would like to ask Jörg, in particular now, what he thinks about the table of the North. Professor Prevelakis has been twice ambassador, for example, in the OECD, and therefore he may have ideas or what should be the good table for the West to discuss and decide. What do you think, Jorgos?
Well, we have. We are discussing about the West and the global South. I tend to prefer the formula of Toynbee, who wrote a book, the title of which was The West and the Rest, in the sense that we have something which is structured, which is the West, and something that has a lot of diversity, a lot of contradictions, and which tends, during the last years, to develop one common element, which is hostility towards the West. So what unifies the others is a negative attitude towards the West. And this leads to a division of the world into two, which of course is very, very dangerous. And this division into two goes at the same time, in parallel, with the fragmentation of the world in various blocks. The form of this fragmentation is not known yet. We don't know what will be the parts. There are some parts that more or less seem obvious. I mean, one part is going to be China. This is really an entity that has, but then what I was saying today is that you cannot exclude tomorrow to have a fragment which would be Europe plus Russia. It can happen. So we have a geography which is changing, and this creates very serious problems with our institutions, because we need multilateral institutions because we have global problems. You cannot cope with, for example, the case of climate is obvious that you cannot cope without cooperation. But what kind of institutions? We have inherited institutions that are problematic today, because the balance of power has changed. These were institutions that were created after the Second World War. At that time, for example, China was inexistent from the point of view of the economy. It's the most, but it's not the only case. The economic geography of the world has changed radically since the post-Second World War. So we have a system which is not, and then of course it has been created under the Western hegemony with the ideas of the West. The ideas of the West at that time were the West and the Soviet Union were structured around the two major ideologies, liberalism, communism, and then nationalism. All those things have collapsed. So we have a system which has nothing to do with the realities of today. And at the same time, that's what we have. You cannot hope today that there's going to be an initiative like the one that took place after the Second World War to construct a whole system. You cannot imagine that there's going to be a big vision to create something. So the problem is how we try to use what we have, to adapt what we have, in order to go a bit further, and then we'll see. There is an author that maybe you don't know about. His name is Gramsci.
No, the first time.
And it is a phrase that you use also. The old has not died, and we don't know what the new will be. And we are in the middle, and therefore we need to be extremely pragmatic, hoping that somehow we will more or less survive in order to see the future. So I started from one such pragmatic case that comes from my experience, which is the OECD. And the OECD is an organization that has been extremely influential in a very discrete way. Very few people know what the OECD is. In Greece, very often when people heard about the OECD, they thought that it was the organization of the public transport because it has the same. It's very discreet, but the OECD, those that know the OECD consider that it is an economic organization because this is the facade of the OECD. But the OECD has been a geopolitical organization. Its function was to stop to arrest the communist strategy, which consisted in extending the Soviet influence to Western Europe, not with the tanks, but through a series of revolutions that would be created because of the difficulties of the European economies. So the idea was we use the economy in order to solidify the countries of the Western Europe so that this strategy, the Soviet strategy, does not work. And I think the best illustration of that is that the OECD, essentially, I mean the OECD, which is the continuation of the Marshall Plan, we have to start from the Marshall Plan. The Marshall Plan included practically the developed countries of Western Europe, with two exceptions. Two, as we used to say at that time, underdeveloped countries, Turkey and Greece. Why? Because those countries were threatened and they were very critical in the strategy. And then, of course, the OECD has moved, it has developed, and it has developed a lot of assets. It has accumulated through the years a lot of assets. First of all, there is a secretariat which has a lot of technical knowledge. And then there is also a tradition of cooperation among the states. It is something that you cannot build from one day to the other. The kind of trust, the kind of understanding. You know, I was saying, in my experience from the OECD, usually, you know, the joke is that when the Russians wanted to create a problem, they tried to provoke a dispute between the Greek and the Turkish when there was an issue that they didn't want to discuss, and therefore the Greeks and the Turks started to have a dispute, and the attention moved elsewhere. In the OECD, we have never had a problem between the Greek and the Turkish delegation, because if somebody started such an issue, that would be against the spirit of the OECD, and of course it would be negative. So this is an organization that has a lot of assets. The thing is how we use those assets by reforming the OECD in order to obtain what? In my view, this organization can cover a need in the sense that it can help the countries of the West. Essentially, it includes most of the countries of the West, yeah, to think about themselves, to discuss about themselves. Also to think about the relationship with the rest of the world, to become conscious of all this change that challenges their hegemonic position, therefore to construct a new Western identity, and then, because there's going to be a new identity, to communicate with the rest of the world.
Okay.
So this is my hypothesis. Obviously, this is very difficult. It implies a radical reform of the OECD. It implies a very dynamic leadership. But well, what can we do more as experts than to propose solutions, and it's up to the politicians then to accept them or not.
Thank you very much. It was very precise, an answer that was clear. Now, moreover, I like the answer why. This morning, we were discussing a lot about the relation with the South and so on, but all was in the field of defense. So the actor was NATO. At the same time this morning, we were saying, or yesterday, we were saying that the West was based on two core. One was the defense, and the other was the Marshall Plan. So
we cannot think only in terms of defense. We have also to think what is the basis now of the economic development proposal that is done to the member. Therefore, we need a table where also the economic proposal needs to be made. Now, at the beginning, the OECD was conceived in the way that Zar told today to us. Instead of creating an administration, were created committees, table, where every 6 months, the Minister of Education, let's say, has to meet regularly and exchange ideas, opinion, interpretation. So the dialogue was indispensable. It was not just a negotiation or other stuff. So it was built exactly in that way. But because of its origin, it was limited to the Western countries, and still is actually limited to the Western countries. So your proposal to use it as the table, as the self-consciousness table of the Western country. You, Nike, you work with not only the Western countries, you have to deal with sea issues that concern also other countries. How do you see, therefore, a table where there are, in one end, the Western that before meet in the OECD and the others? Does it work? What are the problems that you are seeing?
Thank you. Thank you very much for this question. It's very interesting as an experience, a recent experience for me, because I have always been an academic and I have seen all these, I have studied all these questions from an abstract and academic international law point of view. And recently, since 2023, I represent France within the International Seabed Authority. So I actually experience the multilateralism in work. And to answer your question with a very specific example, I experienced there a complete differentiated way of cooperation between states and of balances between the different groups. So we don't have the classical WEOG group who all have the same interests, and then the GRULAC, Caribbean and South American, and then the African, and then the rest of the world. Because it doesn't work this way for the International Seabed Authority, for the simple reason that the interests are distributed differently. So you have some of the underdeveloped classical countries as African countries who are actually allying with the Western countries who want to go to the deep sea mining, so to the exploitation of the deep sea, whereas you have other Western countries, such as France, for instance, who ally with the GRULAC, so with the Caribbean, some of the Caribbean, not even all of them, and Latin American countries, because they do not want seabed mining, which goes to show that the alliances and the way the states cooperate are not in a marble way predetermined because of historical alliances and historical ways the international law worked. In this particular issue, which is new, which is unprecedented, which will happen for the first time if it happens in the future, we see new alliances forming and new ways of states collaborating between them. And I think for an international lawyer, but also for an international policymaker, it is very interesting to watch because it means that everything is contextual and circumstantial. We do not have predetermined, at least not always, predetermined alliances. And I think this issue of deep sea mining needs to be a lot more studied and observed by academics and by theoreticians, because it's a rather unknown domain, but absolutely crucial for the future. Both ways, if deep sea mining happens, it will be crucial, and if it doesn't happen, it will also be crucial. So we need to watch how this thing develops and how the world reshifts and realigns itself around these new issues who are actually linked also with new challenges as climate change. So, yeah.
Thank you. Here comes a very interesting suggestion that is not alternative. It can be compatible with what Josh was telling us. You are saying, if you build a specific table around one specific subject, a problem, then maybe the distinction between North and South are reshuffled. And I think that we can add, it comes to my mind at least two other examples to what you are saying. One was the work on taxes that was done in the OECD, but not through the OECD, through a forum on taxes that was open to other countries. And at the end, it was around 150 countries that participated to the work on taxes. And I participated to some of those meetings. There were ministers from Africa, very active, from Latin America, as well as from the West, sitting and discussing. And we know what has been the result. The result has been the decision to have 15% of taxes paid by corporate and automatic transfer of information on accounts. So it did work. Another example was mentioned, I think, on a matter by Alexia today, when she spoke about the environment. We know that the debt in developing countries that are those suffering the most of climate change, but not contributed the most to CO2 production, is a problem. It has been created now an initiative called the 4 Ps. And yesterday, there was a meeting in New York with Macky Sall, which is preceding this meeting, and Macron and other, and Lula and other, to launch an initiative on the debt. There is also a name for this type of experiences, or two. One comes from Pascal Lamy, they call it polylateralism. He says, let's take a subject and organize different actors, not only states, around that subject. This was at the origin of the so-called Paris Peace Forum. Some other friends, Stefano Manservisi and myself, we speak about experimental multilateralism to say something more similar. But therefore, on subject, it can work, probably. Now, Ambassador, Turkey is very interesting in all this story. Turkey is very interesting in this discussion, as usual. It's very interesting in this discussion as well. Why? Because Turkey is part of the OECD. But at the same time, when it comes to the South, Turkey has been one of the countries the most active in respect of the South. It's enough to look at Africa to see what has been done in terms of opening an embassy in Africa is spectacular. Not only, when it comes to the cooperation policy, despite Turkey is in the OECD, is not a member of the so-called DAC, Development Assistance Committee, which rules the standards for aid from the Western countries. So it has an independent policy. So you are in a privileged position in a certain sense, how to dialogue and develop link and table with Africa and other parts that are not in the West.
Thank you. My multilateral experience is first as a UN Special Envoy. Yeah. I was UN Special Envoy for assistance to Pakistan. I was also Turkey representative, special representative for Afghanistan and Pakistan. And I was ambassador at the Council of Europe, values-based, but also with the Caucasus, and also partnership with the different countries. And lastly, at the OSCE. So I think during this conference, there might be one keyword which would very much fit on the different presentations, but maybe which I have not heard. It's human dignity. And there are a lot of books, there are a lot of academic works, but human dignity means first, in my experience, to be a good listener. If people listening to you understand if you are a good listener or not. If you have training to be a strategic listener, it doesn't fit if you go to the tribal area and speak with tribes in the borderline of Afghanistan, Pakistan. So if, in my experience as a UN Special Envoy, dealing with very different geographies, when I visited, for example, Peshawar or Quetta, or very much places where it is risky to go, I always started to think Pakistan not only as built established in 1947, but 5,000 years of history around the Indus River with different civilization. And when I went with the UN team, big team, to visit Peshawar or to start negotiation, I was always visiting a cultural museum in Peshawar, just to respect and to have this sense of I am here not a stranger, but I am here respecting the people. So it's also culture is part of the human dignity. So that's one point. The second point is I think when I was in the OSCE and when I was listening to the EU statements, it was the common lowest denominator of what could EU would say, because to speak in one voice, you have to agree. And in many meetings, when you go to the Permanent Council, everybody, the 57 countries were participating states, were waiting for the EU member states that they come and agree and then will speak. So the perception of the EU necessitates also to add member states' voices. Because if you hear the statement of the EU, but if you hear plus Portugal, Spain, Greece, France, independently saying, starting their voice, in addition to the EU statement, I want to make a statement on behalf of France, that gives another tone to the discussions. It completes, it does not diminish the voice of the EU, but it enriches. So how to dialogue is always a tricky question when you speak in a manner that is perceived as arrogant or perceived as if you are only trying to impose something. That's why I believe, even if it is not very much used now, the term of subsidiarity. It comes from subsidiarity. It's a social Catholic church precept. You need to be as close possible to the citizen. And that means also to have a sense of respect and understanding. Agreeing is something else. And my last point, I think, for the dialogue, especially on multilateralism and in different fora, and I can give you a concrete example, you have to, diplomats have a double role. Diplomats who work on multilaterals. They do not represent only their country. They represent the organization. And diplomats, ambassadors, should have ownership of the organization. That was what I was telling to everyone in Turkey. We are a founding member after 2-3 months of the Council of Europe. You can criticize Council, but you are in the kitchen. So Turkey was one of the 13 countries which was drafting the European Human Rights Convention. So it's not values from outside, it's your values. And I was very glad that this ownership, for example, maybe it is not very much discussed, but Turkey and Greece have proposed a joint candidature for the OECD Secretary General, a Turkish candidate, and for the Office of Democratic and Human Rights, a Greek important international lawyer, if I'm not wrong, a lady, a woman. So even this gives a sense of, like Georges has said about the OECD, you have to be a game changer. You have to bring the sense of ownership, and then the Global South does not mean something, a homogeneous book, but it does mean that they need a platform to be heard. And if the West does not provide platforms where other voices are heard, inevitably you will use this sense of looking at the European project. And it is the fundamental essence of the European project, how to communicate with the other.
Yes.
And we have, I think, lost this quality.
Yeah, let's say that there are certain signs. I mentioned a few minutes ago the European Union, African Union summit. It didn't work well. And what the Africans were saying was that the European officials that prepared the meeting didn't listen to the African discourse and request. They continue on what they had on their own agenda. Exclusive. I don't know if it was true or not, but at least this is a message that is repeated and you very often listen. But therefore, let me translate this in a very difficult question. But if I allow myself to make a difficult question to Georges, it's because he has a strong capacity to answer to many questions. So, but the difficult question comes from what you just said now. If you need to listen to all the actors, this applies in general, but obviously, if you have a policy that concerns different actors, all different actors need to be around the table. It's a reasonable principle that a policy requires all the concerned to have a voice, maybe differentiated, but to have a voice. Now, as we are speaking of the relation between countries, West and South, there is the traditional cooperation policy that is done by the North to, let's say, help the South. But when it comes to the OECD, and here is the difficulty of the question, the committee that regulates the standard for the cooperation policy, which is called the Development Assistance Committee, include only the OECD countries and no country of the South, which are part of the policy. This policy is done for. And we know that now there are countries of the South that are very active in cooperation. China is probably the most important provider of resources to Africa, to Latin America as well. So, in one end, we are saying that we need to create tables that are inclusive. In the other end, we still have tables that are exclusive, that may send the message that you are saying, I do not recognize you. And as such, you create a series of problems. What do we do with the duck?
The answer is very simple. We abolish it.
I think I agree.
But I would say that we have two other examples from the OECD. We have the Development Center and the International Energy Agency, in which there is coexistence between members of the OECD and other countries. So you can have a space which uses, because of course the most democratic would be to have everybody to participate, but this creates a cacophony. It cannot work. So we have to have levels of discussion. I think that the composition of the OECD gives more or less a balance between opening at the same time, not too much. It doesn't have too many members, so it can function, especially because there is this accumulation of experience of cooperation for decades. So this is, and then of course, you have to have other spaces in which there is an interpenetration between the OECD and the others. I would like to add that, of course, the OECD has a lot of members with different views. There are countries that are better adapted to communicate with the South. Turkey and Greece, I think, and in fact, my experience is that very often we were on the same line, myself and my Turkish colleague, and opposed to countries of Northern Europe that, of course, had a certain arrogant view, which for us was something unacceptable because we have the experience of the Western arrogance. Because we have, when I was born and during my first years, Greece was considered an underdeveloped country. And the situation of Greece was very similar to what is now the situation in Africa.
Senegal.
And it's not only from the point of view of economics, but it's also from the point of view of dignity. So we can understand. And if you can understand, you can dialogue. So in fact, in the OECD, there are countries that can function as a hinge between the West and the rest.
That's very good. And you give us a perspective. Now, we have explored enough this point. And by the way, Turkey is member of the OECD, but not of the DAC. So I think that we can easily build a consensus about that point. But I heard several times today, and in particular this morning with the speech of Romero, the question of China. And in particular, the fact that China is very often by certain countries supposed to be on the side of Russia, but that's, for other observers, is not necessarily the case. So you, in your work that you are doing, I don't know if China is present, I guess so. I would like to ask you, what do you suggest, therefore, in respect of the multilateral discussion when it comes to China? I am asking this point, why? Sometimes I have the impression that with the event in Ukraine and Russia, it was almost assumed that China was on the side of Russia. When you speak with many Russian people, not government, they don't like that much China, or they don't consider China to be an immediate ally. And when you do the same in China, it's exactly the same story. Are we pushing for a marriage that in reality is not necessarily in things? And if so, how to work with China? Should we work with China in the multilateral level, and how?
I will not answer those questions. Because I've learned early enough to stick to what I know, and I know positive international law. So I will maybe say something which is not an answer to your question, but which is a fact to be taken into consideration, and then I will let the specialist answer to your question. Two things, maybe I will say. The first one is about a very concrete fact, including China in the International Seabed Authority. It's very interesting how it works, because China is one of the 30 contractors of the International Seabed Authority. It means that they have two actual contracts of exploration in the deep sea. So if one day we go on to exploitation and we start the deep sea mining, China has already secured at least 2 contracts. And this is particularly interesting for the rest of the world because, in my understanding, one of the basic reasons that a lot of states push to deep sea mining is to overcome the Chinese de facto monopoly concerning all the rare metals and minerals that are considered to be indispensable for the energetic transition. And nowadays, with land mining, China has a de facto monopoly, either owning the mines or owning all the transformative factories. So deep sea, if it becomes one day a reality, will be also maybe not economically attractive for states, but very attractive for those who want to counter the Chinese monopoly. So this is a very interesting forum, actually, for your question, because on the one hand, we have to work with China since they are already there with 2 contracts and reaching for more. But on the other hand, it's kind of the world against China in this subject matter, because they're trying also to have some of the Chinese power taken from them. So this is an observation. The second thing, it's a more abstract one, and it's about all the issues that you have been talking about. I think we often forget when we talk about policy making that international law, as we have conceived it and as we have built it, is a very status-centric, primitive, and horizontal way of functioning. And it evolves very slowly. So we still need, there is a very big difference between a subject and an object, and there's in law, and there is a very big difference between a subject and an actor. We have so many actors, but we have so few subjects. So international law is still created by very few subjects, namely states and international organizations, but it is supposed to be created for very numerous actors. And this is a problem in the policy making and in the law making, because when you talk about table, around the table you can have several actors, but ultimately the decision-making power only belongs to states. So no matter how many actors and how many voices you have, when you talk about positive law and norms, they will also always go through the states.
That's true, even if we are not talking only about positive norm. We are saying that there is a phase in which you need to set the issue, clarify the information, build the databases. OECD is famous, among other things, because he builds databases. Then he forgets, and he thinks that he's doing only positive law or positive standards. But you need that phase, and in that phase, probably, the things is in part different. Now, you, Ambassador, you mentioned subsidiarity, which implies, therefore, the importance of subnational authorities and subnational actors. I would like to see around the table of a discussion European Union plus Spain plus, as you suggested, as well as I would like to see United States with California and Massachusetts. And why not, if that's the point? But let me get out of the fun references to put a problem that was addressed by Alexia today. She said, we have to deal with environment, that's the big issue. And we have the COPs, and in reality, all along the different COPs, 2030 and so on, CO2 production has increased. So do they function? Obviously, without the COPs, the situation would be much worse. But are we on the path for a real solution to the problem? And therefore, you obviously conclude that maybe setting standard is interesting, but it's not enough. We need to have firms that invent new technology. We are far from the technological frontier. And we need local authorities that do adaptation. And adaptation in an island in the Aegean Sea or adaptation in my city, Mantova, is completely different. I am between mosquitoes. You are around the sea, so completely different type of problems and ways. How can we learn, monitor what is going on, understand what is going on, generalize innovation? We assume always that we already know what are the standards, what are the things, and we don't leave space for innovation, for authorities. What could we do? Do you have experience in which this knowledge has been used?
It's a difficult question, and in my experience, I may have difficulty to bring some examples of which might bring sense. But my point will be a little bit from a different angle. And I was in Washington, D.C. from 2003 to 2007. And it was during the Bush administration, Iraq. But at that time, we started to hear, and then with the Democrat administration, it came more to the forefront, this notion of effective multilateralism. And today, of course, in our international context, no one is really keen to even mention effective multilateralism because it's very difficult to see this effectiveness in face of the challenges we are facing. But effective multilateralism goes hand in hand with another conceptual framework, and this is the resilience of multilateralism. And there are academic studies also on this key note of resilience. And resilience means also, for me, and especially fitting into your question, awareness and multiplication of actors and multi-layers. And this is, I believe, the know-how of the European Union. But how to share this know-how? If you close yourself, if you think of terms of insecurity, whatever you are discussing, how do you build trust and confidence in matters which you have expertise and know-how? And there, I think, this whole experience of the EU, and when I am hearing, well, it's not the EU of the 90s, this is history now, but probably the EU is the best place to face the challenge of uncertainty. There's a French diplomat, Gilles Andréani, who wrote an article in Commentaire years ago, but as a diplomat I always used, when you face uncertainty, you build isolate of certainties. And isolate of certainties comes with the civil society, with the multiplication of actors. So diplomats' role have changed, and you have to bring more to this sense of working not on foreign policy, but have more, and that was also the session, the last session, diplomatic actors in the civil societies, which are able to bring this urgency. And this is not the tyranny of urgency, and this is not a fast thinking. This is, there are no quick fixes. We need time. China, if you deal with China, you have to take a different concept of time.
Of course.
So that's why I used yesterday the concept of François Julien, l'entre et l'écart. We have to change our conceptual framework. and enrich it with other civilizations or thinking. You can find more diplomatic tools in Chinese poetry, like Le Clésio has written on the Chinese poetry, and you can find more humanness in Iranian cinema with Abbas Kiarostami or Ashkar Farhadi, or you can find more creativity in a Georgian painter, and these are diplomatic tools.
Yeah. I think we have explored many aspects and many points, but I have two good news at the end of this armchair discussion. The first good news is that you can continue this discussion by reading things, because pretty often we will have the chance to have a book on OECD and the experience that Georgia had in the OECD that will be printed when?
I think it's going to be printed now. It's going to be, obviously there will be copies when we present it here on the 7th of October.
7th of October. So all you are invited to be here to read the book and to continue the discussion.
It's going to be in Greek. Hopefully
so
there's going to be a translation.
all you that can read Greek are invited to, and so on. That's the first good news. The second good news is that we have been discussing on the need to create opportunity for dialogue, understanding, and we have also heard that the European Union had a role, an important role, first of all for the European country, because how many meetings of Director General are taking place in Brussels every day? An enormous amount. And this has been the story in the last decades, which means that Europe has been capable to build a knowledge in relation and on the content of the relation. Now, how much this knowledge has been shared? In certain cases, I mentioned, for example, Eurosocial, how to share the idea of integration and social policy with Latin America. Has been terminated, this program. Maybe it will be reopened. So this idea, this attitude of sharing knowledge and not just negotiation and trade has been lost in part. But we have the possibility, and we had the possibility in Europe in discourse, that actually emphasize the discourse and not the agreement and the negotiation, to revamp part of this discussion. So I hope we will have the possibility to continue to do this work in which the discourse of Europe can be shared and built with others. So thank you very much. Ma,